Тримайтеся, хлопці, ми з
Hold
вами.
on, guys,
Хочемо, щоб
we are
все
with
це
you.
вже
We hope
скінчилося.
this is
Мирного
over
неба
soon and we
та
have
слава
peaceful
Україні.
skies and glory to
Я не знаю, що
Ukraine.
було б без них.
I don't know how we would manage without our warriors. They are our hope, they're all we have. Hold on, guys.
І ми з ними.
We're with you. We'll help in every way. They're incredible. They're indomitable.
І наші герої.
They're our
Молодці.
true
Ми
heroes.
справжні чоловіки.
You are
Дякуємо
true
вам за
men.
наш спокій.
Thank you
І сил
for
вам бажаємо та терпіння
protecting
побороти
us.
цього ворога.
We wish you
Руський
strength
корабль,
to
ти знаєш
prevail.
курс.
То нехай Господь їх
Let God
благословить.
bless them.
Вони просто герої.
They are our true
Козацького
heroes.
роду нема переводу.
Cossack
Слава
nation
Україні.
will prevail.
стало,
Glory
і
to
я хочу
Ukraine.
побажати,
It's
звичайно,
colder these
найперше
days,
здоров'я,
and I hope they stay
міцного
healthy,
і
they stay
перемоги,
warm, and
звичайно,
surely
перемоги. В
they
наш час це
prevail. We need
найголовніше. Перемоги і
victory.
здоров'я.
That's all
І
we
щоб,
pray for these days.
всі рідні і близькі їхні
And,
також, щоб
We
всі
pray
це було
for
добре.
the protection
Дуже
of their
вдячні
family
за
and
те,
their
що ми
loved
спимо.
ones. We are grateful to be able to sleep. I am amazed by their feats of courage. Ukraine
Ми
shall
переможемо,
prevail.
тому що ми є сильна
Guys,
нація,
we shall
ми
win.
нація
We are a
воїнів,
strong
і
nation.
ми
We are a
нація
nation of warriors.
тих, які
We
люблять
are a
свою
nation of
землю,
those who
захищають
love
її
their land, who
і
will
захищають
defend
всіх
our land,
і весь
and
світ.
we will defend the entire world. Guys, thank you. My heartfelt thanks to you.
Дякую за те, що ми маємо можливість
Thank you for
залишатися
giving us
тут,
a
і
chance
мої
to
батьки
be
мають
here
можливість
and
залишатися
for
в
my
Дніпрі на
parents
мирній
to stay
території,
in
тому що
Dnipro
них захищають.
under your
Дякую вам
protection.
велике, що нас
Thank you for
захищаєте.
protecting
Я
us.
дякую нашим
I'd like to
захисникам.
thank
Вони дуже
our
стараються, щоб
defenders.
захистити нашу
They are
державу, і це дуже добре. Я їм дуже
Protecting
вдячна.
our
Якщо
homeland
буде
at
все
all
добре, то ми
costs,
виграємо.
and we
Бере
shall
неймовірна
win.
гордість за те, що робить
I'm
наш президент,
incredibly
за те, що
proud
робить
for
наша
our
армія, кожен
president,
окремий
for
воїн.
our
Як працює наше
army,
ТРО,
and every
просто безподобно.
warrior. And our
Я
territorial
дякую, просто
defense is
у мене
simply
немає слів.
awesome.
Немає
I'm
слів, я просто
lost for words. I
все,
adore
що
every one of
відноситься до
them.
нашої країни.
I adore everything about Ukraine.
Слава Україні,
Glory to Ukraine and glory to its heroes. Yet another day of war. The Ukrainian army keeps defeating the invaders, pushing them out of our land, destroying the weaponry. The enemy is treacherous.
Важливу соціальну інфраструктуру. На цю ніч нам окупанти обіцяли великий ракетний обстріл, але, як бачимо, нічого не відбулось. Від росіян тільки багато слів, тому що вони намагаються максимально інформаційно на нас давити, подавляти та робити все для того, щоб наша паніка давила на нас та не давала нормально організовувати як тил, так і оборону українських територій. Генеральний штаб Збройних сил України повідомляє про оперативну ситуацію щодо російського вторгнення станом на 6 ранку. Розпочато 12-ту добу героїчного протистояння українського народу російському воєнному вторгненню. Противник продовжує наступальну операцію проти України. З початку доби російський окупант продовжив нанесення ракетно-бомбових та артилерійських ударів по населених пунктах України. Загарбники продовжують використовувати аеродромні мережі Республіки Білорусь для нанесення авіаударів по
To launch
Україні.
strikes against
Більше
Ukraine,
підступно окупанти
acting
порушують
treacherously,
правила
the
міжнародного
occupants
гуманітарного
violate
права,
the
здійснюють
international
обстріли
humanitarian
цивільного
law
населення,
by
зелених коридорів,
attacking the
беруть
civilian
заручників
people,
жінок
green
та дітей,
humanitarian corridors,
розміщують
taking
техніку,
women and
боєприпаси у житлових
children
кварталах,
as
штучно
hostages,
створюють
placing
гуманітарну кризу в
their
захоплених
weaponry in the
населених
residential
пунктах. Так,
area,
місто Ірпінь
fabricating a
залишається
humanitarian
позбавленим світла,
crisis.
води
So
та тепла.
Irpin is
Понад
deprived
3 доби
of
підвозу їжі і
water,
води немає.
light and
Окупанти
air,
заборонили
and
містянам
it's
виходити з
denied
домівок.
food
Мають місце
supplies.
численні випадки
The
зйомки
numerous times
постановочних
when
репортажів для
some
російських
video
телеканалів, що нібито гуманності і людяності солдатів загарбників.
videos are
Також у
filmed
соціальних
about the
мережах
alleged
продовжує розповсюджувати
kindness of the
розповсюдження контенту, що
occupiers.
створено від першої особи, яка негативно висвітлює
And,
діяльність ЗСУ. Угрупування Сил оборони України
critique
здійснює
of the
оборонну
armed
операцію
forces
на всіх
of
напрямках
Ukraine.
висування
The
противника. Ворог
Ukrainian
продовжує
armed
нести
forces
великі трати в
are
живій силі, наземній техніці
launching
та засобах повітряного
defense
нападу.
on all the
Здається,
fronts
у полон.
the enemy is surrendering, sustaining damage. We do not have updates about the losses of the enemy. We are waiting for the updates from the headquarters, but we know that Chuhuiv was regained. The enemy is pushed out of Kharkiv, and important direction of Izum and Slovyansk is being regained to curb the movement of the enemy. Yesterday, we were saying that Russians are trying to film a lot of TV shoots, but they're forced to use the very same actors, and they have to travel between the different cities, posing allegedly as the peaceful people who are happy to welcome the occupiers. But this is far from the truth. In Kherson, people refused to take anything from the occupant. They decided they would not take any humanitarian assistance from the Russians. Yesterday, evacuation started from Mariupol, but it had to be stopped in an hour because the enemy treacherously started attacking the green humanitarian corridor. Today, another attempt will be made to evacuate the people, and we'll keep you informed about the humanitarian crisis in Mariupol. Also, in Donetsk region, a lot of settlements have no gas supply because the enemy has hit a major gas line and people have no gas. The armed forces of Ukraine are saying that we are beginning to receive the first volunteers from the UK. The whole world is standing with us, and many have volunteered to help fight for Ukraine and for the world. People know that the war in Ukraine isn't just about Ukraine. This isn't just about territory or values or security. It's a war for Europe. We will wait to get the accurate numbers, to get them from the Ministry of Defense, but we know that thousands volunteers are ready to take up arms to fight against the invaders. There's a resource at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs providing information to all the volunteers about how they can enlist and what they need to do to come and join the fight for Ukraine. Information is also updated about the border crossings with neighboring countries. We see a continuous decline in the number of queues at the border crossing points. So with the Romanian border, only one border crossing point has 270 vehicles. At some others, there are no queues whatsoever. At the Hungarian border, one is allowing passage for vehicles. Traditionally, the Polish border crossing points are more congested we see a trend in the decline of both those crossing the border on foot and those crossing by car. People know some popular border crossings and choose to go there, but if they decide to go to other border crossing points, they can have free passage. If we take the traditional border crossings, Груші, Вогрині, Краховець, Шегині, they are more congested. Please consider also that with Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, the border crossing points are free and you can have free passage. Also, the border crossing is now expedited and you will not create queues and you will not create extra pressure on Lviv and Lviv region. Yesterday, the President of Ukraine signed a decree and 6 Ukrainian cities were awarded the title of a hero city. We had a Soviet legacy of calling the city heroes after World War II, and this used to mean a lot. We'd rather not have any hero cities, but now we have our own Ukrainian hero cities that were most badly affected by the Russian occupation. Volnovakha, Hostomel,
Чернігів, ті міста, по яких ворог продовжує
These
наносити
are the enemies
ракетно-бомбові
continuing to
удари, в тому
sustain
числі
Russian
підступно
blows
використовуючи
with
касетні
treacherous
бомби,
use
які
of cluster
заборонені,
munitions,
і
which are
касетні бомби
prohibited by
використовують
international
тільки
humanitarian
саме
law,
проти,
and bombs,
піхоти. Це означає, що найбільше б'ють по мирних мешканцях,
as well as
намагаються
the use is
завдати
made
якомога
of anti-personnel
більше шкоди
mines,
саме
as they
людям
are
і
trying to
наступають
create
в
massive damage
бойові
to the
дії з
civilians
українськими військовими.
without engaging with
Росія
the
продовжує
Ukrainian
залишатися в інформаційній
armed
блокаді.
forces. Russia remains in the informational blockade. They've been disconnected from Facebook. They have limited access to social networks. All the oppositional media have been banned. The bloggers are banned from speaking against the official line of the Russian government. They are forbidden to mention war and to name the events in Ukraine as war. Some bloggers are even afraid of using the name Ukraine, but use neighboring country instead. And monetization has been disconnected, so they've lost 78% of their income, which is going to hit them hard. The TikTok network on its own decided to withdraw its operation from Russia. It limited its involvement because of the law on military censorship. And they said they were left no other choice. This is what we find in their statement. The war in Ukraine is atrocious and our heart bleeds for those affected, but our safety of the users is the highest priority for us. This was one of the networks where Russians tried to launch propaganda and tried to influence the Ukrainian young. They named the war in Ukraine a special operation. They praised the Russians and tried to ridicule the Ukrainian war is creating fakes, and we've discussed that on so many occasions in the last few days. There's
У мене навіть інколи складається враження, що вони вже зараз не узгоджують, що
there is
відбувається, що
little
треба подавати, як висвітлювати ті чи інші
coordination
події, просто кажуть,
between
говоріть,
the
що
different
думаєте.
outlets
Велика кількість
in
російських
Russia.
блогерів, які
A lot of Russian
популярна в
bloggers
Україні, на жаль, зараз повністю працює
that used
на
to
Кремль.
be
Вона розказує про
popular
те,
in
що санкції
Ukraine
мають
is now
ніякого
working
значення, що
for the
Росія
Kremlin,
сама,
saying that Russia won't
приймала ці рішення, сама
blink at the
відмовляється
sanctions,
від
that
співпраці
Russia
з
made the
американськими,
decisions of its own
європейськими
accord,
брендами,
and
не хоче
Russia
мати
is refusing
їхнє
to
представництво в Україні,
cooperate
в
with
Росії,
American
перепрошую,
European
буде
brands,
самостійно все це
and it's
розвивати,
going to
що
develop
виглядає
its
дуже смішно
own
на фоні
brands,
того,
which
що
is
зараз
truly
насправді
ridiculous.
відбувається
As we
у
know,
Росії.
what is happening in Russia. We are
що
seeing
теж дуже важливо для
some
того, як
more
ситуацію сприймають в країні
numerous rallies
Два моменти. Перше,
across
що є
Russia.
Перший момент, що люди виходять
And
просто через
people
те, що в них
take to the
стоїть
streets
зарплати менші,
just
тому що
because
велика
they're seeing
інфляція,
their income
навіть коли ти
shrink,
купуєш долар, ти повинен
the
доплатити 30%
inflation is
комісії.
hitting them hard.
Відповідно,
When
є
you
перша
buy
частина
dollar, you
акцій,
have to
це
pay
ті, хто виходять
30%
тільки за
interest.
зарплату,
So
вони не
some are
прив'язуються
rallying because of
до
their
війни
lost
і до тих
income,
втрат, які є. Інша частина – це
regardless of
все-таки
the war and
антивоєнні
losses,
мітинги. У
whilst
Росії
there are
вчора
also some
мітинги
anti-war
відбулися у
rallies.
56
Such
містах,
anti-war
і
rallies
на них
were
було
held in
затримано
56
4300
cities of Russia, and
серед них в тому числі
thousands
є
people were
неповнолітні,
detained,
але не
including
розумієте, чи
children.
та офіційна, чи близька до офіційної
This is
інформації,
just
яку ми можемо
the official
побачити,
information that we've been
дізнатися.
able
Цілком
to
ймовірно, що,
get. It's
ця
quite
цифра значно
feasible
більше
that
була
many
вчора,
more
і
people
вона
were
точно
detained
більша
yesterday,
за весь
and it's
день
much
за всі
more
дні війни,
than
тому що
all
акції
the
протесту
other
загалом
previous days of
відбувалися
war,
аж у 100
because
містах
the
Росії,
war
і
rallies,
затримані
anti-war
ще
rallies
майже
happened in
13
100
тисяч
cities of Ukraine,
росіян. Тобто
and
потрошечки
there are
до людей
13,000
починають доходити
Russians
через
detailed.
через
So
економіку, що ця
Russian
війна їм
people are
нічого
beginning
доброго
to
не
comprehend
принесе.
that the
Хоча
war is
вчора
not
вдалося
going to
послухати
benefit
приблизно
them.
20 перехоплень з
We
російськими
listened
військами,
20
їхніх
intercepted
розмов з
conversations with the
родинами, і я
Russian
сильно вражений тим, що
occupiers.
десь половина – це люди, які досі не усвідомлюють, що відбувається, питають про натівські бази, тішаться тому, що їхні сини, чоловіки
Many people still don't understand what's happening,
мирних мешканців,
and they
тішаться
don't understand that they're killing
тішаться
peaceful
тому,
people.
що знищується українська інфраструктура, називаючи це інфраструктурою нацистів.
And they are calling all of our infrastructure as nationalist infrastructure and that they cannot expect anything good from us. And more than 11,000 casualties and thousands of destroyed military ammunition and the injured people, all of these things do not teach Russians anything. We are continuing to receive support from our partners. We would like to have more of military support, more armor, more ammunition, but the humanitarian aid is also good. So our country is being actively supported by the EU and the world, and also some volunteer organization, religious organization, and other people. So the scale of the help is impressive. Since the start of the war, there have been 2,450 units of transport coming to Ukraine. And this support comes firstly from our neighboring countries to Lviv. So Lviv region is becoming sort of a hub of the humanitarian aid. So we can see this sticker of humanitarian aid, and from Lviv, all the humanitarian aid comes to the rest parts of Ukraine. And every vehicle has its own number, and that number allows to track where the humanitarian aid is sent and what comes to that region in order to not to lose anything. And also the sticker help to move faster through the checkpoints. Besides talking a lot in air, our journalists are working continually. They are filming interviews, and we have a very interesting situation on the railway station. So we want to show you that. We were talking about that a lot yesterday, but we will continue talking about that today. And I insist on the fact that if you are from different regions and you plan to go to Lviv region, or you are in Lviv, please help your neighbors, your friends, and please mind that the railway station is not able to host so many people, and think about different ways to host people. Maybe if you are going to Zakarpattia region, you may choose another route through Ivano-Frankivsk or Ternopil, just to make this way logistically optimized. Maybe it's better to move slowly, but not to make large queues that are present in Lviv. And don't forget about COVID, so please take care of your health. Also use masks. And we are talking also about people who visit shops and coffee shops. Please mind the distance and protect yourself and your health. So let's watch about the situation on the railway station.
Допомога для тих, хто годинами стоїть у черзі на
People
Львівському
have been
залізничному
queuing for
вокзалі, хто
hours
більше
at
не
the
має житла
railway
або ж втратив
station,
найближче.
those who've
У
lost
будівлі
their
працює
homes and who've lost
медико-психологічний
their
штаб
loved
лікарі
ones.
разом з
There's a
волонтерами,
psychological
також
first aid
працівниками
center
кризової служби
set
Львова
up
готові
at the railway station, along with the Lviv crisis service, are ready to help those who are fleeing war, who've been waiting for hours in line. The situation is truly critical, as people need to have their most basic needs met. They've lost their home, they've lost their shelter, they've lost their loved ones. Not everyone is going to reach out for counseling. Often people are not even cognizant of their own condition. The professional psychologists are working to help out those who need help most. This is not a full counseling session, but it can help people get back to their senses. And we work round the clock, we work 12-hour shifts, we receive at least 100 people. We work in pairs, and we we do a 1-hour session, we approach people queuing, and they may need to queue for 8 or more hours to offer help. There are doctors on the ground too, and they can perform a medical examination or deliver first medical aid. This medical psychological crisis center is operating on the second floor of the railway station and open to everyone. We are back on air. Let me remind you that yesterday that the Art Center, which has transformed into the Humanitarian Coordination Center, asked to bring some essentials like cookies and tea. Today I took 2 big bagfuls of supplies, but that will only last them an hour or 2 as they're continuously receiving influxes of people. People are also offer psychological support. So if you need, if you're in a position to offer assistance, that's the place to go. This help is very tangible, and everyone can manage to buy supplies of cookies, tea, and coffee. There's a shop nearby, and you can buy supplies there and take it to the Humanitarian Coordination Center. We hear from the Lviv Oblast Military Administration about the headquarters and the supplies that are most essentially needed, such as cots, sleeping bags, cots, containers for water, detergents, antiseptics. It's all there on the screen. These are things that are disposable, that cannot be in continuous use. And torches, batteries, and if you bring in food, please consider that you need to bring in something that is nourishing and not breakable or perishable. There are other districts like Червоноградський, Яворів, and others, and all they have their own headquarters. For that information, please go to the website of the Lviv Military Administration, and this is how you can help. Please share the information with your friends coming here, and this way you can help them know that they can go to different places and get help there. And we have the first guest with us, Stepan Kuybida. He has the Department for Economic Policy of the Military Administration. The first thing people want to know is what's going on with humanitarian assistance at the railway station. We seem to have enough of everything, but we get some bottlenecks. Sometimes people have arrived, but there's no communication. Yesterday we received a lot of trains, and it was difficult to coordinate it at the railway station and get in touch with the volunteers. Moreover, we have curfew, not everyone is allowed to go out. So what's happening now as we speak at the railway station? The Lviv railway station continues to be a hot spot, but the volunteers and the coordinators have synchronized their operations and streamlined their operations, and this mechanism is working like a Swiss clock or like an Ukrainian clock, and it's going to work seamlessly. I have to confess that there are some times when we need to react and not act proactively, as we never know how many people people are going to arrive by a particular train. We know that some people have crowded into the trains, and we will never be able to predict the numbers accurately. We also know that the trains often need to reroute because of the shelling they encounter on the way, and they may arrive at unplanned times. Also, at a suburb train station, Підзамче, we set up another point to try to lessen the load on the mail railway station, and we operate in the same fashion. We offer drinks and clothes and support to the people arriving. The stadium also works as a dispatchment center. As of today, as of 8:30, we have we are offering 3,000 places, and we've accommodated 83,000 people in the region. We are now talking to the railway service to have a shuttle train that would take people from the railway station to the border, but we know we can't have it travel too often because that will only create bottlenecks at the border crossing points, and we can't just abandon people at the border. This is not what we believe in. We try to help people find accommodation here. So we are saying that there will be shuttle trains leaving the railway station to the major towns in Lviv region, the so-called rayon centers, and people will be taken to these towns, and on the ground people know what they can do to help the internally displaced people. And you've been reading out the needs, like the cots, sleeping bags, etc. These are just some basic essentials for the people. We also know that Lviv is beginning to struggle as it's taken the lion's share of the humanitarian burden. Yesterday we had a meeting with the deputy mayors, and all I'm saying has been synchronized with them. We are working as one mechanism. As for humanitarian supplies, I have to say that Lviv region has picked up pace. It's processing the cargo we are receiving, and I've been following, and I've seen just some isolated cases where there would be shortage of food supplies, but that is truly rare. Now, let's talk about the warehouses and our communication with the other regions. So Lviv has become a food hub. All roads these days lead to Lviv. Lviv has always been a trading spot, a trading heart, and this is now true as ever. So in the last hour, a ton of cargo has left Lviv, be that food, be that supplies, or some other essentials. We are continuously in touch with other regions, and we try to send the supplies to the regions so that they receive what they need. Yesterday, I talked to Vitaly Zakhidnyy, and he was saying that there are other towns in Lviv, and people can go there, stay the night, and travel onwards if they choose to. They're also closer to the border. We did talk about it with the transportation department, and this is technically feasible. But even if we do try to lessen the load of Lviv, it's not going to be much helpful. And if we lessen the load on some border crossing points, the load can grow in a matter of hours. The plan is to receive the people, have them stay a day or several days to even the load on the border crossing points. Even though there are volunteers working at the border crossings as well, and they offer tea and they offer some warm shelter for people crossing the border. So now people are arriving at Підзамче railway station and all kinds of hours. We are announcing that there will be 2 railway stations in Lviv where people can disembark. The main railway station and Підзамче railway station. If 2 trains are arriving, one will go to Підзамче and the other will go to the main railway station, and that will prevent the crowding that we've been seeing in the last 2 days. And there are buses leaving from there as well, and they will take people wherever they need to go. And with Підзамче, I've been seeing that people didn't want to take the buses, but just decided to walk to the downtown as it is within the walking distance. Yesterday, I was inspecting the operation there. I saw some people just walking around the downtown, looking around, and then asking where they should go and getting help. There's another tiny suburb station in Zahiv, but this is in close proximity to the stadium, which is a humanitarian coordination hub. Could that be also used? But people could perhaps theoretically disembark at the Zahiv station and then go to the stadium for help. We haven't discussed this option yet. There are many other stations where the trains could stop, but that will also disperse the effort. There are 2 hubs, 2 key stations, and now they're coping successfully. If we see that they're not coping, then we'll have to consider some other options. As of today, I don't see the need of it. And another question remaining from yesterday. Lviv is running short of place. All the accommodation facilities have been taken up. The hostels, the theaters. I know many people sharing their own homes with the internally displaced people.
Де в нас ці були Моцарт відбувався, але в принципі зараз не та температура, не така холодна, що можна поставити якісь мінімальні
facilities that could now be equipped to accommodate people fleeing the war. And there are some other places that could need some work to have them fitted for the needs. When we planned the humanitarian relief, we predicted there'd be 3 waves. And according to our plan, we are now facing the second wave of internally displaced people. So yesterday we talked to our universities, and Ivan Franko National University has a big sporting facilities, and others have their own facilities that can be adjusted, and so we do still have some capacity, and we're not striving to load Lviv to the absolute maximum full. This isn't the intent. Lviv will take the burden, but we need to spread the people around the region. If you look at Lviv and the border crossing points, so we can say that the border crossing that are most now heavily loaded are those that are linked to Lviv, whilst we need to spread the effort. And we said the Lviv military administration is looking to help the military effort.
Хоча ми в ефірі говорили про те, що військових всім забезпечують по прибутті в центри розподілу, коли їх забирають уже безпосередньо військові частини, але люди все одно говорять, а чи надають якусь тут допомогу, де військовий може звернутися і взяти, якщо йому щось потрібно.
Military to get all the essentials they may need. Look, this is the story.
Те, в який спосіб ми одягаємо військового, яку ми там екіпіровку йому даємо,
The better we equip and arm the military, the better it is. We are ready to help out, but we're in no position to provide full gear. There are people who are trained and who know the material and the gear and the equipment that the military need. It's not about the armed vests or thermal vision equipment. People imagine that people, once they signed up, need to be equipped on the very next day. Surely that's not the way to happen. They have to go through initial basic training, and only afterwards, when they are pulled into the military units, only then they have to be fully equipped. I can assure you that no one would go to war not equipped. We are not like Russia. We will not send our people unprotected. We are working with our foreign colleagues to make sure we equip them with some special means, let's call them material. This communication isn't always seamless, and it entails some red tapes and it entails some funding, but when this material reaches the region, it will go directly to the military units where the enlisted are trained to be sent to the combat areas. I know how the people feel. They want to make sure the Ukrainian fighters are properly equipped. They want to know what's going on in the military unit. This is perfectly natural, but there's also good reason why the armed forces are not disclosing the information, because the enemy intelligence is operating too. They don't need to know the armed vests and the equipment we have at our disposal. I can tell you, if the unit leaves Lviv for combat, they leave fully geared. If these are reserve troops leaving for their units, they will not be equipped. They will go to the centers and they will be equipped there. No one will send people into battle in their civilian clothes. At one stage or another, they would be fully geared. I remember bringing my armored vest and a helmet across the country, and then I didn't know how to ship it back home, because you can't ship an armored vest and a helmet home without a special license, so I had to wait for the volunteers and my dad to arrive. I didn't really need these things because I was equipped from head to toe there. I'd like to remind everyone that we have Stepan Kuybida, the head of the economic department of the military administration, with us in the studio. Let's talk some more. Let's talk about economy, because 12 days of war have been won. We are fighting. We will win, but we need to keep our eyes open on the future prospects. We hear that 53% of Ukrainian businesses continue to operate. Are there some businesses in Lviv that have shut down entirely and are out of operation, or are they still trying to keep it up? Please tell us about some sectors. I can give you specific examples. I'm not going to name them, but I know the information firsthand. But I do know some businesses that had to shut down, and there are a number of reasons for it. Some have lost their staff. Some had their supply lines disrupted. For some, demand for their produce has shrunk. Yet, the situation in Lviv is better compared to other regions, and we have good export potential, and export companies are still holding out. Yes, we've seen a hike in the exchange value of the dollar, but it hasn't reached a critical level, and the exporters and importers were prepared for the potential currency fluctuations, and while now that we've sorted the humanitarian relief, we're getting back to our main operation, the economic support for Lviv region, and you will remember that we've always sustained business support lines, and we'll continue doing it now, and businesses rely on us for rapid relief. Now, some manufacturing facilities located in the regions which are experiencing combat are ready to relocate, and we have some ambitious goals, and it's my personal ambition, but I'd like to re-gear our economy onto the war mode. And we had a conversation with the metal processing companies and many others, and I know that we don't need that much time to start producing armed vests. They might not be as highly certified as some other armed vests that we receive from the EU or Turkish armed vests, but our engineers, as it turns out, can work miracles indeed. So let's make armed vests, let's make uniforms, let's make spare parts for the armored combat vehicles. We have all the prerequisites here in place, to say nothing about the state-owned enterprises. We have the armored tank company working at full capacity around the clock, and even more than that. So let them get on with their business, and we are going to work to meet other needs. I'm looking to make thermal vision devices in the Lviv region. I'd like us to make helmets and armored vehicles in the Lviv region. There's every reason to do so. As an economist, I know that we might have some difficulties with the supply lines, with the raw materials, etc., with the technologies, but it's all perfectly doable. If we don't do a thing, then we're not going to make any progress. But if we try and we can and we shall. This is a very good answer. I'd like to assure the people that we're not going to ship some dubious armed vests into combat, but we will make sure that they're highest quality, and we will test them out with the territorial defense, and they will be effective against small arms. And now we seem to be running short of drivers, because many drivers have been mobilized and they weren't enlisted, but people volunteered and were ready in 3 hours, ready to enlist. The drivers were saying that I want to drive an armored personnel carrier, and I'm happy to help out. So what are you doing to replace the drivers who went to the front? Have we received any drivers from the east? Are they ready to take up these positions?
десь
As for
розумію, що
IDPs,
там завтра чи
I know
післязавтра
that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, they are not going to go to the employment centers.
Пробувши трошки часу на вокзалі, я
I've
бачу
spent
очі
some
цих людей,
time
тоді не
at the
говориш, а
railway
вони
station, and I've seen the condition people are in. They're still shell-shocked, and we need to give them some time to adjust. We need to give them some counseling, like the counseling they're offered at the railway station when people are helped to come to their senses. So this is as much as we wanted to say about the economy.
Ми мали розмову з керівником, тобто вони стараються працювати в штатному режимі.
So they try to work in their normal regime, but before they are fully equipped and all the subunits are not equipped well enough, this work cannot be done properly well. So talking in simple words, we had a call like so as long as this system doesn't have the proper management, so it will only hinder our work. But now, when we see about the people who are coming here, how we want to use them, we are trying to think about that, but we need to have some pause and to work on different aspects. And at the end, our Region Council, it's not fully working, like our Region Council doesn't have like all their full authority. So we don't have like a fully fledged program for its operation during this time. And when the war is over, will we have some concrete plan for them? Will we have some management of the income, of the fare? How will we manage that? As long as we are talking to you frankly, so districts, region councils are not working properly well now, and if I'm thinking how they are working now, it's a great trouble for me. So the second thing, yes, Region Council is working. As a person from decentralization area, I may say that it works, but it also doesn't work. So we don't want to divide different councils and authorities. I know that all people want to be useful during this time, and I know that many people from Region Council are working on the football stadium, on different spots, and if you are useful, it's good, let it be so. And also I can see some region deputies, maybe they do not come to me every day, but maybe once in 2 days, and they ask me, how may I help you? So people now understand their responsibility. So it's not a question of politics, it's about our future, about the functions of our region council. Because now we are living in this moment of frustration, like we are used to the warfare, but also we want to think about the future and how to manage all this process, how to start everything we will have in the future. If you're talking about that, I don't want to diminish the significance of Region Council, but it must be the stress of the economy ministry. And they need to say how we work, which way we work. And Region Council and Territorial Council, they must be disciplined, and they must just follow these commands from the ministry. And we need to understand the situation. And yeah, our Ministry of Economy is thinking about different things. And the situation has been systemized a little bit, but still we need to ask for a week, for more than a week, to gain the full control over the situation. And then the Ministry of Economics will give the needed methods. And I may give you some insight. We've started talking to them. We give them our proposals, how to cooperate, what mechanism to use to revitalize, to renovate our economy. So for a long time, you cannot stand on the humanitarian support. You need to have your own production. You need to be independent from the international factors. And many things must be produced on our territory. And if the critical situation comes, we may make it all sustainable. And I also to add that our Ministry of Finances is working really well. So the fluctuation of dollar is being stabilized, and our ministry responds well to that. And the price of dollar in relation to hryvnia has diminished a little bit, and we can see how our ministry works on that. So we've got some input, and that's why our economy is being stabilized a little bit, and National Bank is working on that. And it seems to me that 2 or 3 years ago we were talking about the Bureau of Economical Safety. I will be silent on separate cases of that, but we are actively exchanging the information between us. And we need some entrepreneurs, and we need to say them to make them understand that you cannot make money during the wartime, on the war. We are all living people, and I understand that sometimes we have some stupid things in our head, but eventually we're talking to members of the Bureau of Economical Security. So if the entrepreneurs are not listening to that, we will take action. So we can see that the prices have risen, and it is due to logistics, to these dynamics. But on the other hand, some other products that are produced in Ukraine, their prices have also risen. And let's talk also about realtors who ask for dramatic prices for the rental. It's like $30 a week. And some prices are so high that I'm overwhelmed by that. I'm astonished how it can be. And we do hope that that situation will be stabilized, and I thank you for coming. And remember that our Cabinet of Ministers is still working now, and let's listen to Alexei Chernyshev, the Minister of Regional Development of Ukraine. The Ukrainian community, the 11th day of war is lasting, but we are defending ourselves, and we are still working during this wartime. Our authority is reacting rapidly, and we are making decisions in this new reality. So we had the meeting of Cabinet of Ministers, and we discussed several issues. We talked about the issues of utilities during the wartime, and this question has to be regulated due to the conditions that we have now, and people do not have to bear this additional burden of this time. So the authorities have made a decision to not to fire the people who are not able to pay for their utilities in the due time. Also, when they do not pay the full amount of money for the utilities. We have made this decision to support the interests of people during the wartime, and it concerns all the utilities without any exceptions. At the same time, when paying utilities, people are supporting the government and the authorities.
Та працюємо
So let's hold the line and let's work for our Ukraine.
Повертаємося у прямий ефір. ТРК
So we are again on
«Перший
air.
західний». Кажуть мені, що я випадково
ТРК
кому не
«Перший
поставив,
західний».
тому, на жаль, у нас в ефірі був Степанко і Біда. Треба
So we had
більші паузи.
Stepanko Bida on
Після
air,
кожного ефіру
and
каже,
we need to
роби
make
паузу,
maybe a little bit
інколи в тебе все
bigger
зривається.
pauses,
Так що не
because
на жаль,
sometimes we
Степанко
have
Біда, бо
a
у нас
mess
в ефірі
here.
добре, що він до нас приходить,
But
говорить,
it's
і
good that
добре,
we have
що
some
сьогодні
guests
ми
in
говоримо
on
не тільки
air,
про те, що
and
є,
it's good
що
that we
треба
are
робити, а в тому числі
talking
і
not
про
only about things that
майбутнє
we have
бачення,
now,
що
but also about the
працюють і
future
думають над тим,
and how
як
to work in the future
працювати в
and
умовах війни, як розвивати
and how to
економіку,
develop
як
our
можливість
economy
людям заробляти,
in
є
the
бізнес,
wartime.
який готовий
And
продовжувати
there is business
теж
that is ready
давати
to
результат. Є люди,
give
які
some
теж
results. There are
готові
people who are
вкладатись і
ready
викладатись.
to
Але
do
від
their
економіки,
utmost.
комуналки давайте перейдемо до
But
трошечки
from economy, let's shift
приємнішої
to
теми і
more
тої
pleasant
теми, яка завжди нас,
topics.
зачіпає за живе,
And the
тому
topics
що
that
про дітей,
touches
про,
our hearts about children,
те, що відбувається в нас
about
у
what's going
перинатальних
on
центрах. Прошу показати
in
сюжет, будь ласка.
hospitals. So I have such a stimulus to live. I have someone to live for. So the sunshine in this darkness, these are newborn babies.
4311 немовлят.
More than 4,000 children have been born in Ukraine. And during the last day we had 18 new babies. So Ruslana has given life to a baby yesterday. She doesn't know yet how to name her baby. And this baby is the third child. Everyone is curious who this baby is resembling. So we have a boy. We wanted a boy and we called him Timur. He'll be a really strong man. So born in Kherson, she wanted to give birth in Kyiv, but she decided not to risk. So I had to give birth in Kyiv, in the center, but there are many military units, so I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to give birth in the basements. That's why I came here. The road was really hard, but now it's easier. Before I gave birth, I was really nervous about that. But now it's quite easier for me, and also the situation is stabilizing. So patients from the hot places of Ukraine are coming to Lviv. They are trying to get some psychological help. So we are trying to warm them with love, with grace, as long as we can. And at least we want to support people. We want them to feel that they are not alone.
Повертаємося у прямий ефір.
Coming on air, ТРК «Перший Західний», we are talking about the situation in Ukraine and in the world. Let's talk a little bit the neighboring regions, especially about Volyn region. So now we are having a video how people made a gun machine for Molotov cocktail, and they call it javelina.
Джавелінів. Можливо, це потім і стане основою для українського джавеліна.
Maybe this place will become a place for Ukrainian javelin. So the Ukrainian people are ready to meet the occupants, and the cocktail is flying really well, and it also gives the people the chance to be on the secure distance from the enemy. And the occupants were talking that all the people have some guns, they have some weapon, and they didn't expect that. So occupants, I want to tell you that it will be even worse for you. People will be more angry with you, and they will destroy you even more, because you came to the peaceful Ukrainian lands to kill Ukrainians, to kill Ukrainian women and kids.
Продовжимо про
and to destroy our
економіку
country.
говорити про те, що у нас
Let's talk about the
відбувається
economy.
з основними продуктами
So what's going on with the
уряд прийняв відповідну установу.
essential
Це
supplies?
інформує Інтерфакс Україна.
The authorities
Україна
have made
призупинила експорт
a
м'яса,
decree
гречки, цукру
that
та
we stop
інших
our export
продуктів,
of
тих,
buckwheat,
які є
meat,
в основному
and
споживчому
other essential
кошику для того, щоб
products that
убезпечитись в
are
Україні
needful
від
here.
гуманітарної
So we
кризи.
want
Це
to
те, що
secure
найбільше
ourselves from the
зараз
humanitarian
потрібно.
crisis.
Це те, що везуть в міста, які зараз в облозі окупанта чи
And
постійно
we need
обстрілюються.
desperately the things that we try to transfer to the occupied places, and all these things are needful to help people who are coming here in western regions from the hot places. So we need to make sure to make everything to secure our market, to have every product that we need. So we want to emphasize to the entrepreneurs that you cannot make money on war. So think about other people, because the war will end, but we will need to work hand by hand, side by side. So television tower was fired a couple of times in Kharkiv yesterday, and the mayor of Kharkiv has stated that the tower is on its place. No rocket has attacked that, so people can still watch Ukrainian television in Kharkiv. And all the platforms, Megago, Sweet TV, they give the free access to Ukrainian channels. You can watch all the Ukrainian channels. And also, you can also watch all the news on YouTube. And also,
два супутники, один з яких і там показує у випадку, якщо один зламався, чи щось відбувається, чи йдуть атаки.
Also, we have two channels of information, and we are on YouTube, and you can find us on different platforms if you have some problems with signals, and if you have some minimal connection, you can still watch us on YouTube. You can just reduce the quality of the video. And it's not that important what you see, but what you hear from us, which information you receive. Some specification in Vinnytsia region, there was some shelling of the airport, and there are still 6 people there, and 8 rockets were launched on the airport, and this airport was being repaired, and there were no civilian planes, not many casualties, but people are still trying to save those people who are left there. We will inform you about that. The situation in Kyiv, so the curfew there is from 8 p.m. till 7 a.m. and the utmost idea of our enemy is to get Kyiv. They will try to do that in these days. So they gathered a lot of equipment around Kyiv on the distance of 25 kilometers. They are not moving anywhere. And on different directions, few bridges were shelled, and there are some evacuation operations in Bucha, Hostomel, and operation on expelling the occupants from there. So this is the utmost idea of the occupants to get Kyiv. And they took their parade uniform, and they wanted to have some military parade on the streets of Kyiv, and they thought they could do that, but it turned out that the situation is different. I also want to emphasize that
з окупованої території України не відповідають
all the news
дійсності.
from the occupied
Наразі немає
territory
жодної території на
are
Україні,
not
крім раніше
true.
окупованого Криму
These are
та
all fakes.
частини Донецької та Луганської
And
областей,
we don't have
які
any occupied
окупував,
regions on
ворог.
Ukraine except
Наразі вони
the
просто
annexed
рухаються по
Crimea
магістральних
and
дорогах. Про це вони
eastern
самі
regions that
говорять
were
у
occupied in
перехопленнях, які викладає Служба
2014.
безпеки чи МВС, що зазвичай вони йдуть по магістральних дорогах, вони залишаються на дорогах і вони намагаються якомога швидше транзитом прийти до Києва.
Usually occupants, they swiftly transfer from other cities and they just want to get to Kyiv, but they cannot do that and they want to regroup their forces. They are waiting for the ammunition, they are waiting for fuel, but the Ukrainian army is destroying the occupants, both the equipment and also the personnel.
України. Командування морської піхоти
The
повідомляє,
Navy
що ранок
authority
для російської нечисті точно починається не
is telling us that
вночі українські воїни
the morning of the Russian Navy is not starting with coffee, because Ukrainians covered the airport of Chernobylsk near Kherson, and they also destroyed 30 helicopters of the enemy. They destroyed the 3 military units of the enemy, and they also took a lot of their equipment. And we thank everyone who is defending our homes in Kherson, Odessa, and Mykolaiv region. So you can see that my words are confirmed there. So we have the proof of the things that are going on. Now we'll also show you the video how Lviv people are trying to cook some treats, some food for the military. But I also want to emphasize that we do not photo, we do not film the military equipment movement of the Ukrainian armed forces, also of our personnel. So we are not trying to form just one line. So Ukrainian army is not forming a line. It maneuvers, it penetrates, it destroys the enemy, and on separate spots they are trying to destroy the enemy. So they are trying to deter the enemy from acting, and then they are trying to damage them. And also yesterday we said that air forces in Mykolaiv region that are boasting about themselves, they just left their equipment and they went on foot through the fields. They were escaping to Crimea. And how Lviv people support our military, how they try to treat them, let's watch. Вареники with potatoes, one of the most symbolical Ukrainian dishes. They are being prepared by some of the trade union members, and so we are trying to boil them. We make them grow cold, and then we fatten them. So the teachers and also
відправляють їжу на
the workers
передову.
of that
Долучились. І нині страви
college,
відвозять в спеціальний
they are
штаб.
used to
Звідти
making
волонтери
vareniki
передають тим, хто
for
потребує.
Ukrainian military from 2014. So we have been doing that for a long time. We have made this skill to perfection, and they are very delicious. So they are cooking a lot, they are looking fast, but they are thinking that it's not the ideal state.
Крім вчителів історії української мови,
Except teachers of
ті, хто
Ukrainian
чи не
math,
більше знає, як
Ukrainian
важливо, щоб
language,
військові були ситими і дужими. Наталія
everyone
Тараїса з
knows
Києва.
here that
Жінки живуть
the
у
military need
гуртожитку
to
від
be
училища, у день
full,
допомагають
they
на
need to be
кухні.
strong and do not feel hunger. So we were sheltered here. We live here with my daughter. What we can do, we do for our military. So in this time, we are thinking about our army, we are thinking about soldiers. It's also the psychological help for us. Of course, we do that first for the military. And more than 170 people have found their shelter there. They can also eat there. For example, today we have the lunch for the family from Donetsk region, the soup, vareniki. So they are very delicious. I cannot express how deeply I'm touched by this care for other people. I am moved. I cannot find words. I'm really grateful. If I were a writer, I would write about that. So in these hard times, the star of the nation, the star of Ukraine is shining very brightly. I'm proud that I'm Ukrainian.
Програма «Очі».
Повертаємося у прямий ефір.
Coming back on air, ТРК «Перший Західний».
Повертаємося з цитатою від міністра оборони
We are coming with the
Він каже, що у поставці
military
зброї є суттєвий
Defense
прогрес.
Minister
Ворога
Alexei
чекає
Reznikov.
сюрприз.
We
Саме
have the
цих
quote
сюрпризів
that
найбільше зараз бояться росіяни.
the occupants will have a
Через
surprise
величезні
today.
втрати, які поніс ворог,
They are really
інтенсивні
afraid of the
бойові
surprises from
тимчасово
us because
знизились, проте російські окупанти
there was
намагаються
huge damage to
сконцентрувати
them.
сили та засоби для нової
They want to
хвилі атак.
concentrate
В першу
their
чергу на Київ, Харків, Чернігів та
equipment
Миколаїв. Не втрачаємо
there,
пильність,
and
російські
they want to make
війська
attack on
скрізь
Kyiv, Kharkiv, and
отримують
Chernihiv,
жорстку відсіч. Ми
but
використовуємо кожну хвилинку,
they are
щоб
being
зміцнити нашу
counterattacked.
оборону.
We
Усі
use
зусилля
every moment,
цілодобово спрямовані на те,
every
щоб
effort
забезпечити
to
потреби наших захисників і захисниць. Не буду коментувати
to
поставки зброї.
respond to the needs of our
Це
soldiers.
делікатний момент. Нехай ворога чекає сюрприз.
So may
Знайте,
the
є
enemy be
суттєвий
surprised.
прогрес.
We
Ми
have
про це теж дуже багато
a lot of
говорили,
progress.
особливо те,
We were
що
talking about that
стосується
yesterday, especially
авіації,
about
вона
the
точно
aviation.
буде. Зараз ідуть
It will definitely
бюрократичні
come.
процеси.
We have some bureaucratic
Війна у нас
processes that are
все
going on.
пришвидшує, на жаль, в Європі,
The
в
war
Америці.
is
Все
making
відбувається
everything
швидше,
move
але все одно там
faster,
потрібен
and
колективний
unfortunately in
голос,
America,
колективна,
in
колективне
EU, everything is
рішення,
going on
тому все
faster, but
трошечки
still we
йде,
need to wait for
довше,
their
але ми маємо
common
отримати літаки,
decision. But we
радянського
have
виробництва,
to
на
get
яких вміють
the
літати
planes
наші пілоти, для
that were
того,
made
щоб,
in Soviet
прикривати
Union,
українське-
and that our
українське небо, і ми
pilots
точно
can
їх,
operate.
отримаємо.
And we will definitely receive them.
Речник штабу
The spokesperson
штабі Одеської обласної
of,
військової адміністрації кажуть, що
Odessa
поблизу
Military
Одеси
Council,
знищено російський корабель. Про це сказав
Near
речник
the Odessa,
штабу
one of
у
the Russian
своєму
ships was
Facebook.
destroyed. He
Він написав
reported
у
that
своєму
in his
Facebook, і
Facebook.
дуже коротко пояснив, що
Very
російський
briefly,
корабель
he
все-таки пішов
explained
туди,
that
куди його
the Russian ship went where he was sent by Ukrainian soldiers on Zmyiny Island, and all the Russians know this direction.
Вчорашніх перехоплень, які виклав радник міністра внутрішніх справ України, зрозуміло, що вони десь історично і масово намагаються сформувати нові
it is known that
тактичні групи на
the
території
Russians are
Росії,
trying to
але наразі в них
hysterically
нічого
make
не
new
виходить,
battalions,
тому
new
що всі
tactical groups,
боєздатні частини
but
уже й так
they are not succeeding
знаходяться в Україні або
because
біля
all of their
неї. Люди вже
operating
почали
armed
розуміти,
forces
що
are already in
відбувається,
Ukraine,
а
and
більшість
people have
військовослужбовців,
started to realize what's going on.
російських військовослужбовців, які
And
знаходяться
most of the Russian
тут, в Україні,
soldiers
телефонують
that
до
are
своїх
here in
колег,
Ukraine,
родичів,
they are
кажуть,
calling
звільнятись,
to their
за будь-яку ціну
colleagues, to their their relatives, and they urge them to get fired, depart from that, and they urge them to escape because no one comes back from Ukraine. Unfortunately, not everyone understands them, and not every Russian understands that. Now we have a pleasant news. So the casualties of the enemy from the start of the warfare is more than 11,000 casualties from the soldiers. I need to explain why the number is not changing from yesterday, because it's very hard to count the casualties, the dead, when the warfare is so fierce, and some of the Russians are just disappearing. We cannot find them. So up to 2,000 people. It's very hard to count that number. We don't know whether they are lost, whether they escaped. We cannot just say the concrete figure. Also, from the also, we know that Ukrainians, they aim so accurately on the Russian equipment that we cannot find the remnants of that. And sometimes we have nothing left of the equipment. Also, during that time, Ukrainian destroyed 290 units of tanks, also 23 units of air defense, 46 planes, 68 helicopters, 454 units of vehicles, and also 3 ships, 60 cisterns, and we know that in the morning we got the information that we have some more losses on the Russian side, but we didn't add this information to the statistics. And let's talk about the air defense system. The system named Book that our military authority was talking about, for example, Bayraktars, the name that could also become a name in Ukraine. So Bayraktars are used to destroy the rockets.
Another good piece of news, this time from the YouTube. While we are still waiting for my colleague to join me, I'm reading the news from Federiv, and he's saying that the propaganda channel of Shari has been blocked on YouTube, the same as the duplicate channel of Olha Shari, and it's good news that these propagandist videos have been banned from YouTube. And this means that our friends in America, in helping us in all the ways, they are depriving the Russian propagandists of their monetization, and they can no longer pitch their narrative about the politicians' war, but they're just blocking these propaganda YouTube channels. We get information from Hostomel that the mayor was assassinated by the Russian occupants, and the mayor of Bucha was wounded. Another employee of the municipality taking medication was assassinated by the occupants, and they're very happy that they have assassinated a vehicle, that they shot at a vehicle and killed civilians. civilians, and they're getting approval from their wives, some of which are pregnant, saying that they are taking good care of their babies, and they're very happy to have their husbands killing Ukrainian children. Russians en masse are trying to bring in mercenaries because their Wagner troops have failed miserably in Ukraine, the same as Kadyrov. Mercenaries have been destroyed, and Russia is trying to hire mercenaries. It's a 6-month contract, and it's $200-300 to protect the objects. It's basically an attempt to capture and seize nuclear power stations, posing a threat to Ukraine and to the entire world, as they have done in Zaporizhia. We get no reports about the situation deteriorating on the ground. We hear the situation so far has been under control, but the fact that Russia exercises control over Zaporizhia power plant is a grave concern. The Russians are announcing a ceasefire to evacuate Ukrainians to Russia and Belarus. The Ministry of Defense of the aggressor is stating there opening a humanitarian corridor to Russia and Belarus and announcing the ceasefire as of 0 hours. This is the information given by the Russian news agencies from Kyiv, Mariupol, Kharkiv, and Sumy. I have just one comment to add to this piece of news. Yesterday in Irpin, Russians killed 8 people only for trying to attempt to leave the city for a safer place. These people were killed during the evacuation. Yesterday, from Mariupol, evacuation failed. Thousands of people remain hostages of the Russians in Mariupol. They are not allowing evacuation from other cities as well. That's all you need to know about their green corridors, their evacuation, that they're promising. They can be elaborate in their statements and posts, but this is far from the truth. Now, we have the updates from the Lviv police. Last day, no incidents happened. Police are patrolling the city. 102 operators are operating. 2,000 notifications were received and verified. Thank you for calling us. Thank you for reporting what you see to us. But if you're not certain it's a relevant matter for the police, you'd rather call the 112 hotline, and from there you'll be referred. There are some reserve lines, 102. Please go to the police website to find other numbers to call should the 102 line be busy. 13 fires broke out in Lviv, but none related to combat. Rubbish burnt in a Lviv basement. It would be ridiculous. We've been pleading with you to clean up your basements and make them safe. You don't need to burn them, just remove them properly. All the services, all the utility services are operating without a glitch, removing waste. So please make sure your basements are clean, safe and sound.
допомагають українській армії і спортсмени. У нас є сюжет про
Sportsmen
каратистів,
are
але
assisting the
перед тим
Ukrainian armed
дамо
forces.
ще
We
одну
have the information
інформацію.
about karate
Майже
fighters.
13 мільйонів
13 million
користувачів
users,
відвідали
meanwhile,
сайт для
have
іноземців,
visited the
які
website
хочуть
for the
воювати
foreigners
за Україну.
wanting to
І такі
fight for
результати
Ukraine.
лише за першу
This
добу
is the result for the first 24 hours, as we hear from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Most are from the United States, China, and France. We know that from 16 to 20,000 foreigners are ready to fight for Ukraine, the citizens of 53 nations, including 3,000 American veterans. We heard about the citizens from Belarus, Litva, Latvia, Estonia, and Israel, who are either already fighting for Ukraine or are joining the fight soon to repel the Russian invaders. If you are a foreigner and want to fight for the Ukrainian freedom and European freedom and you have combat experience, you can join the Foreign Legion. This is the brief statistics on the screen. 16 to 20 foreign legionaries with combat experience. That's a very good reinforcement for the Ukrainian defenders. The United States, UK, these are countries where people have a lot of combat experience, but these sport veterans are also helping the Ukrainian army. From the very first days of though, the karate fighters have been in the front line. The chief trainer of the juvenile team, Maxim Nebrzezky, the karatist. This is from Hostomel, the karate fighter. How are we, guys? We are very good. And we have a Georgian amongst us. Ukraine shall prevail. All the trainees have been cancelled. Instead, the headquarters to help the refugees and the armed forces have been set up. Charities are in touch with their counterparts elsewhere, getting humanitarian relief. The Ukrainian Karate Association in Lviv and across the world have all rallied in support of Ukraine. They are sending humanitarian relief, and we are picking up from the border, packing and sending to their destinations. These coaches are making yet another trip to the border for humanitarian aid. We become one family, we are one federation, we all stand by each other. We have to help each other. On the way to the border, one of the coaches shares how their sport life changed with the breakout of war. If earlier we had some competition between the region, but this has all changed. We are all united. We are standing up for each other. We are helping to evacuate kids from other regions. We've shared our gyms. Ukrainian Paralympic volleyball team has been sheltered in Lviv. We are standing united. We are helping each other. And we are fighting the Ukrainian enemy together. At border crossing, we see very long queues. They'll have to wait hours to receive the cargo. We have the support letters, but we will still need to wait. There are many buses that are also waiting to receive humanitarian hours, and in the early hours we will be back uploading the humanitarian relief to Kyiv and other cities. And European Karate Association banned Russia from the championship. The Premier League is not going to happen in Moscow. The Belarusians have also been banned from the World Games. We are back on air. ТРК ПЕРШИЙ ЗАХІДНИЙ will be discussing the events on the front line in Ukraine and elsewhere. 30 helicopter by one below. This is something amazing. Just think how faulty the defenses are, how faulty planning is to make it so vulnerable. I'm grateful to the Russians for their negligence and their incompetence and their faulty planning. We should praise them for helping us destroy their machinery and weaponry. They made stupid mistakes, childlike mistakes that the military cadets wouldn't make. The Lviv military administration is saying that volunteers need hothouse plastic shield,
плівка погошка, поліпропіленова широка,
polypropylene
мішки поліпропіленові,
sheets,
як під цукор, 50
bags
кг, або такі як будівельні,
for 50
мішки
kilo,
поліетиленові, 25 кг,
25 kilo
ящики
bags,
бананові, 100
banana
штук,
bags,
палети,
and
85
pallets.
см ширина, 50 штук. Все це ви можете принести за адресою місто Львів, вулиця Коперника,
This is
17,
needed
у
at
гуманітарний
Lviv,
штаб
Kopernika 17,
допомоги.
at the humanitarian headquarters. These are things we need in good supply to make sure we keep stocks fully preserved. Please share these supplies if you have them. Please phone and they will help you deliver these goods for the volunteers. The military administration is insisting that the army needs to protect the homeland, and it is our duty to help them defend. And the Wings of Hope Charitable Foundation and the military administration is raising funds for the Ukrainian army, and the territorial defense also needs the funding. These are the accounts. You can use the special designated accounts of the National Bank of Ukraine to send your donations. You can use the vaccination benefit. The National Bank has transferred 6 billion hryvnia for the needs of the army. This is unprecedented level of support in Ukraine ever, and it's beautiful that the Ukraine are uniting and helping the army. This comes as a shock and blow to the morale of the enemy. Pentagon has calculated the number of missiles launched against Ukraine. That's 600 missiles from the beginning of war. The Russians have launched 600 missiles and used 95 of their amassed capacity that they accumulated at the borders in the troops that were amassed in the 3-4 months prior to the war, and there were from 160 up to 195,000 personnel and weaponry, and they've used up their reserves at the border, and they are trying to enlist reserve and mercenaries to fight in the war, to form new battalions and tactical groups, but they're failing. The intercepted conversations have become available in the networks, show that the Russian murderers are terrorists. They do not deserve any other titles. They're saying that 60 tanks were sent to battalion groups, but 50 of them were not able to reach the border because they broke down on the way. I don't know whether all 50 of them broke down on the way, or the tank crew knew where they were sent and decided they would not be going any further. But this is a good indication of the level of their morale and of their material. So it's no wonder that Russia is pleading with Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan to provide them weaponry to fight in Ukraine. But none of these countries have so far agreed to assist Russia. Another thing I'd like to mention is about the Belarusian army, and we haven't raised the subject for some time, but in the days when they made some advances to deploy around the Ukrainian state border, people stopped them, and in others there equipment broke down and the convoy stretched over 60 kilometers because the machinery has just stalled as it was unfit for use. It's one thing doing a 15-minute drive across the central square of the capital, and yet another thing to perform on the battlefield. And even those tanks capable of making movement become unfit once they meet the javelins. Kyiv military administration is saying that the subway is still operating, the red line is operating from Sholane to Universitet, the blue line is commuting from Герой Дніпра to ТРК. Майдан Незалежності and площа Льва Толстого are passed without stopping. The green line is working from Сирець to Видобичі, and the stations Палац спорту, Кловська, Золоті Ворота are passed without making any stops. The sections between Славутич and Червоний Хутір is operating. The duration of travel is 40 minutes. The schedule may change at any time. The subway and the land transportation is working till 7 p.m. and during the night time the subway stations are operating as shelter. The access is free. No fee is charged for entrance. All the underground stations are used as shelter, but life is stabilizing in the capital these days. And another information about the law enforcers in Lviv, the security service is saying that nothing is amiss. Everything's in order. The information about the sabotage reconnaissance group that have disembarked in Lviv are not accurate. If you see these reports, do as I do. If it's a Facebook page or Instagram page, then complain that it's spam. If it's your chats of their residents or street chats, then tell people this is fake, don't spread the fake news. All the information is verifiable. Our journalists are continuously in touch with all the key services working in Lviv, and if we see any information cropping up in the network, we call the services to verify the information and to corroborate the information or to refute it. If you see any fakes or information that you are not certain of, please do not spread. Forget the share button. You shouldn't be doing that. The only thing you can share these days or publish on your web page is the information from official sources. The official sources are always described in our notes. These are the official governmental institutions and the armed forces. They have the recent updates about the operational picture, and they can give you accurate updates about the events. Until you get a confirmation from the official sources, please do not spread the information. The state emergency services reported that the first responders from Ukraine have been supported by the first responders from all the civilized world. Different pieces of equipment for rescue of the people is arriving from Germany. The firefighter has made a live corridor to show that they're with us in heart and soul. Thank you for your support. We are expecting that apart from the humanitarian relief and equipment that will help save lives and people, we are going to also receive weapons to destroy the enemy. We've talked about Bandera Smoothie, which used also to be known as Molotov cocktail,
скористаюсь, що немає Ірини Капітан. Я прям кайфую від того, що я можу читати новини від міністра Федорова.
I will keep reading some more news. The Minister Fedorov for Digitalization of Ukraine says that we now play chess with Molotov cocktails.
Так що я попрошу оператора відкрити наші резервні двері, щоб в перерві я міг швидко вийти зі студії. От ви бачите, як бійці тероборони грають в шахи.
We see the territorial defense playing chess with the Bandera Smoothies, and we'll give you a tip on how you can make your own Bandera Smoothie, formerly known as Molotov cocktail. This is one of the many places in Lviv where we make weapons for the armed forces. You will find bottles, scotch, cotton fabric. If you put all that together, you will have a highly explosive substance capable of stopping tanks and armored personnel carriers. The recipe for this simplest Bandera smoothie is 2/3 oil and 2/3 petrol, but you don't fill it up till the very top. You need to give it some space. Then you cover it hermetically with a scotch tape so that it does not evaporate. It can be stored for a number of weeks. If it's not hermetically sealed, it will only last 2 or 3 days. So this is the well-prepared Bandera smoothies. And how do you use it? You take out the seal, punch it, and immerse it in the liquid and set it on fire. The Kremlin will see the flames. You can use some other elements to improve the recipe with other substances. When you put in the propylene and put the acetine in, it dissolves, and this mixture helps the Bandera smoothie flame even more intensively and longer. So this is meant for the APCs and tanks which need a long time to run. To destroy an armored personnel carrier, you need 5 cocktails worth. Hit ventilations, windows, tires, and the turret. You'll need 10 bottles for the tank. It's very important to hit the optical devices or ventilation racks behind the turret of the tank. To make a Bandera smoothie, at least 500 different locations have been put into operation. Locations are secret. A person can make up to 100 portions of this highly ignitable mixture a day. We have 15,000 Bandera smoothies ready. 7 have already gone to the front line. These are those that we've coordinated. There are more people in Lviv who do it of their own volition and who help the territorial defense and police and the armed forces. Pitching the bottle is important. Make sure you don't throw over your head, and you aim with a straight hand, a straight arm. Then you can directly hit the target. We are back on air. Let me say that this is the same way to throw a grenade, not over your head, but with a straight arm to project them even greater. So, as of today, the 7th of March, 2022, in the hospital, we have received the injured. They're all given medical aid. There are no gravely wounded patients. The military hospital is fully equipped with all the exceptions and does not need anything. Please do not spread the information about the needs of the hospital. We keep informing you daily about the needs and about the needs of the military hospital, saying that we too will keep you updated about what's needed for the military.
зараз
everything we
відправити чи
need
організувати військова адміністрація, тому
to
дивіться наші
send
ефіри, слідкуйте за
on behalf of the
нашими
Lviv
сторінками,
military
слухайте
administration.
радіо
So
«Перше»,
please
де теж
follow
в разі
us,
потреби
listen to the
вам
first
оголосять, що і
radio,
куди нести.
and you'll
Якщо
know
ви не
where
впевнені щодо інформації, завжди
supplies are needed.
дивіться, чи
Please
є на
check
офіційних каналах
the
інформації
information on the
те
official
чи
sources.
інше повідомлення. Буде ряд повідомлень зараз буде від Державної служби
There'll be
надзвичайних
more
ситуацій в Україні
updates
щодо
from the emergency service of Ukraine
вчорашніх, яка
about
ситуація
the update for
з
yesterday.
гасінням пожеж та,
The
на жаль, жертвами.
situation
У
with the
Житомирській
fires
області
and the
6
casualties.
березня
In
близько
Житомир,
21:00
at
були
about
нанесені
9
авіаудари по
p.m.,
місту Коростень,
two
Овруч та
aviation
Малин
strikes were
Коростенського району,
made against
внаслідок
three
чого
towns,
місто Малин
resulting
зруйновано
in
двоповерхову
Malin.
будівлю, знищено 3 легкових автомобіля,
Two-story building
попередньо
was
загинула
destroyed,
одна
two
особа та
cars
постраждало
destroyed,
3.
one person died and 3
Вибуховою хвилею
injured.
пошкоджено вікна
Shockwave
13-ї
destroyed
ДПРЧ. Жертва
the
постраждалих
windows of a nearby
особи-
building.
від особового складу немає.
No
Місто Овруч.
casualties. In
Зруйновано
Ovruch,
будівлю
a
центру
building was
зайнятості та
destroyed
вибуховою
for the
хвилею
employment center, and
пошкоджено
Shockwave
вікна в
destroyed the
трьох
buildings
п'ятиповерхових
in 3
багатоквартирних житлових
multi-story
будинках.
residential
Повністю
buildings,
зруйновано
fully
двоповерхові
destroyed
житлові будинки.
a two-story
Попередньо постраждала
house.
одна
One
особа.
person
Від
died.
ДСНС залучено 11
11
осіб та 2
first
одиниці
responders were
техніки.
dispatched
Попередньо
and
місто
2
Коростень пошкоджено
machines.
вікна
In
будівлі
Коростень,
загальноосвітньої школи
a school
номер 2. Попередньо
had its
постраждала одна
windows
особа,
destroyed.
від
One
ДСНС
person
залучено 3
was
особи та
injured.
одну
3
одиницю
first responders were
техніки.
deployed and 1
Це,
vehicle.
бачите, вчора росіяни казали, що будуть бити
Russians
по
were
важливих
saying that they're going to be
військових
hitting
об'єктах,
the
але
military
продовжують бити по
targets, but they
мирних
continue
мешканців,
striking
знищуючи
civilian
цивільну
targets,
інфраструктуру.
destroying
Як
civilian
вони
infrastructure.
аргументують, що загальноосвітня школа має
How
відношення
can
до
a school be a
має
legitimate
відношення до
military
військової
target?
Зрозуміти
That's
важко,
only for the
але
Russians
окупант
to
завжди так
phantom, but
поводився.
this has
Інформація
always
щодо
been
Вінниці,
their
де вчора
mode of
обстріляли
waging
аеродром,
war.
продовжується
In
пошуки
Vinnytsia,
людей
where
під
the
завалами на
airport
території
was
аеропорту поблизу села
stricken
Гавришка
with
Кам'янського
8
району.
missiles yesterday. Their
7 березня станом на
excavations
7
are
Мельницький
still in
завалив
progress,
споруд на території
and
аеропорту, де блоковано 15
15
чоловік, з них,
people have
на жаль,
been
9
rescued
загиблих,
from
5
the rubble,
цивільних та 4
9
військових.
casualties,
Пошукові роботи тривають.
and
Загалом,
the rescue
до
operation
проведення
is
аварійно-рятувальних
still
робіт
continuing.
ДСНС було
Overall,
залучено 143 людини
143
особового
first
складу
responders
та
have
23
been
одиниці
sent to
спецтехніки.
the
Бачимо, що
airport
окупанти продовжують
and
вбивати мирне
21
населення та
vehicles
українців,
too.
які
So the
несуть
occupants are continuing to kill
на бойових
civilians,
позиціях.
and
Ось
people
знищили
on
повністю
duty
інфраструктуру
haven't
аеропорту, але
entirely
ми аеропорт точно
destroyed the
відбудуємо.
airport, but we
ДСНС
will
України
rebuild
щодо
the
ситуації
airport.
у Харківській
This is the
області
update
станом
of
на
the
7
emergency service
7
for
березня і 7
Kharkiv.
ранку. За добу з 6 по 7
In
березня
the last
рятувальники
24
Харківського
hours,
гарнізону
the
продовжили
first
виконувати
responders from the
службові
Kharkiv
обов'язки в
continued
умовах
to
воєнного
perform their
часу.
duty
Ворог з
during
новою силою
wartime. The
проводив обстріли
adversary
та повітряні
continued heavy
бомбардування
shelling and
житлових
aerian
кварталів та
bombardments
різних
of the
об'єктів
residential
Харкова.
quarters
О
and
19:15
homes in
було
Kharkiv.
чергове
At
масове
7 p.m. there was a
міста
massive
Харкова,
shelling and
внаслідок чого були
bombardment of
повністю або
Kharkiv,
частково
resulting
зруйновані
in full
багатоповерхові житлові
destruction
будинки,
of the multi-story
будівлі,
buildings,
медзаклади, заклади освіти та гуртожитки. Також
buildings of the schools, hospitals, and dormitories. The massive fires broke out in 25 sites across the city. Destruction was waged on 11 buildings. The rescuers performed 60 visits to extinguish fires. As bombing and shelling continues of the civilian infrastructure, we will show the entire world what Russia is doing in Ukraine. We now have the briefing of Irina Vereshchuk about humanitarian corridors. Let's follow this briefing to learn the situation
критичних точках,
with
які зараз
the
є в Україні.
humanitarian corridors firsthand.
Шановні українці,
Dear Ukrainians,
сьогодні 7 березня,
it's the 7th of
9
March
ранку,
today,
і ми
9
разом з
a.m.,
вами
and
продовжуємо
together we
працювати
continue
на
to
нашу
work
спільну
towards
перемогу.
our joint
Хочу
victory.
пояснити, що
Let me
відбувається
explain
з
what is happening
гуманітарними
with the
коридорами,
humanitarian
які ми
corridors
вже
that
третій день
we
поспіль
have been trying
намагаємось
to
відкрити
open for
у
3
напрямку
days
Маріуполя,
in a row
Києва і
in
інших
Mariupol,
напрямках.
Kyiv, and in other
Вчора
directions.
о
Yesterday,
1:45 ночі до
at
нас надійшов лист з
0
Російської
hours,
Федерації, в якому
we received a
вони
letter from the Russian
запропонували,
Federation
враховуючи
suggesting,
особисте прохання
considering
президента
personal
Французької Республіки
plea
Еммануеля
of the
Макрона,
French President Emmanuel
об'явити
Macron
режим
to
тишини
announce
з
the
10 годин
ceasefire
7
from 10
березня
hours on the
22
7th of
року
March
і
22
відкрити
and
наступні
open the
гуманітарні
following
коридори.
humanitarian corridors.
Із Києва,
From Kyiv, Hostomel, Раковка, Sosnovka, Ivanka, Orane, Chernobyl, Dень, Gomel, with the delivery by airlift of the Russian Federation.
Із Харкова,
From Kharkiv,
Нехотіївка,
Nekhotiivka,
Білгород, далі
Belgorod,
железнодорожними
and
і автомобільним
railway and
транспортом
vehicle
відбрані
transport
пункти
to the
назначення
designated
і пункти временного
destinations
розміщення.
or the temporary
Із Сум,
shelter. From
Суми,
Sumy,
Суджа,
Sucha,
Белгород, далі
Belgorod,
железнодорожним і
onwards by
автомобільним
railway
транспортом
and
відбрані пункти
vehicles to
назначення і
the
пункти временного розміщення.
destinations on temporary shelters. So this information was reported to the structures of the UN and the Red Cross. And we received the information that allegedly the Russian Federation is opening the humanitarian corridors and seizing fire from 10 o'clock in the morning. This is an unacceptable way to open the humanitarian corridors. Our people are not going to leave these cities for Belarus so that they would be transported by planes to the Russian Federation. I hope the French President Emmanuel Macron knows that his name and his sincere desire to help out the civilians in Ukraine, as well as foreigners of China, Pakistan, and India, is being used and manipulated by the Russian Federation. In response to this letter, we have sent our own letter with the suggested humanitarian corridors, and we are prepared to open the humanitarian corridors from 10 o'clock today. Let me read out our letter so that we are all on the same page and know how we can negotiate and what is going on. Seeking relief for the humanitarian catastrophe resulting from the continuous shelling and bombing of the Ukrainian cities and towns, people have been fleeing westwards or to the EU countries. The people who are living in the cities that have been sieged by the Russian Federation have no such avail. Therefore, Ukraine is asking to introduce a ceasefire and open humanitarian corridors as of 10 o'clock, 7th of March 2022, to evacuate the people, including foreign nationals, including 2,000 students from Bucha, Borodyanka, Irpin, Dimir, Ivankovo of Kyiv region and Kyiv, to be then connected by rail to Lviv, Uzhhorod, Ivano-Frankivsk, from Mariupol towards Zaporizhzhia, Mariupol, Portovske, Nikolske, Republika, Rosovo, Bilman, Polohe, Orihів, Zaporizhzhia, from Volnovaha in Donetsk towards Pokrovsk, Volnovaha, Valeriano, Konovan-Lvivka, Kirillivka, Pokrovsk. From Sumy towards Poltava, Vільшана, Недривалів, Коровинці, Ромне, Андріяшівка, Лохвиця, Лубне, Poltava. From Izum of Kharkiv region to Grushovaha, Panyutine, Lazovaya. From Balaklia in Kharkiv, Gusarovka, Pervomayske. From the villages Lipce, Strileche, Kharkiv towards Strileche, Tsvirkuvine, Merech. from Kharkiv city by rail to Lviv, Uzhhorod, Ivano-Frankivsk. Same ways, Ukraine has made the preparations for delivery of humanitarian cargo for Melitopol and Berdyansk, Kherson, Sumy, Mariupol, Volnovakha, which also need to be given access for humanitarian aid. Please confirm readiness of the Russian Federation to open the humanitarian corridors as stated above and compliance with the ceasefire for their safe and unfettered access for the civilians and civilian transport. We've relayed this letter to our partners in the Red Cross and Crescent, the UN institutions. We demand that the Russian Federation stops manipulating and abusing the trust of the world leaders, such as Emmanuel Macron, such as the leaders of China, Turkey, or India, and open the routes as stated in our request. We demand that the Russian Federation accepts the routes that we have proposed and also ceases fire that we have stipulated. We demand that the Russian Federation opens the humanitarian corridors for free and unhindered passage for the medication and foodstuffs that need to be delivered to our people in Mariupol and Kherson and all the other Ukrainian cities. I am urging the Russian Federation yet again, cease manipulating with the lives of the civilian people. Please let us open the humanitarian corridors, give people a chance to rescue themselves and their children. I'm urging the leaders, Emmanuel Macron, who is sincerely trying to help. I'm urging Boris Johnson. I'm reaching out to Joe Biden. Please help open real, effective humanitarian corridors to save lives of hundreds, thousands of people, including foreign nationals. I'm reaching out to the Ukrainians. I know you must be confused with the statements spread by the Russian Federation through their mass media. Please trust and rely official sources of information presented by the Ukrainian government only. Any humanitarian corridors will be reported to you ahead of time in your own safety to save your life and health. Follow us. Glory to Ukraine till we prevail. Glory to its heroes. We are back on air. The first Zahidnyy is insisting that you should only trust the official sources of information. At 11 o'clock, we'll have the briefing of the head of the military administration of the Lviv region. We'll put it on air as soon as it comes, and we have the information of the security service continuing to investigate the saboteurs, collaborators, and spies. In Donetsk, the security service has apprehended a unit of terrorists of the Donetsk Self-Proclaimed Republic. They killed peaceful residents and critical infrastructure objects in Kyiv, Volnovakha, Terekivska, and Sarmaha. The unit resisted the Ukrainian military in Mayorsk. During the battle, they were surrounded and detained. Now the terrorists are cooperating with investigation and giving inculpatory evidence. In Kyiv, an agent of the Russian espionage was apprehended. Director of one of the defense companies, Dnipro, specializing in supplying the unmanned area vehicles and software for the vehicles. His last assignment was to get the information about the Ukrainian military in the Joint Forces Operation area. The investigation is in progress. In Mykolaiv, 2 people were detained who were collecting and passing key information about the military objects to the Russian. They were sharing data about the movement and dislocation of the armed forces of Ukraine in Mykolaiv. Now, a few words about the They were sharing information about the police, the location of checkpoints and defense forces. In the evening, the security service arrested a local resident who collaborated with the enemy by collecting information about the transport of the armed forces located in the western part of Ukraine. He was interested in the military objects of one of the cities in Rivne region. In Luhansk, the security service started investigation about the former member of the party of the regions who is now trying to lead the occupation administration into temporarily occupied city Bilovotsk. He used to be in hiding. In 2014, he organized a fake referendum in Luhansk and held the position of so-called Minister of Agriculture. Now, under the lead of the Russian forces, he is trying to set up occupational government and planning to lead it. Publicly, he announces Bilovotsk to be territory of Luhansk, self-proclaimed republic, urging the law enforcers and local residents to fully support the occupational government. He is under surveillance of our forces, and he will be brought to justice, as well as all the other collaborators assisting the aggressor and killing children. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is saying that the International Court of the UN is beginning to hear the case of UN against Russia on genocide. The President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, made sure that there is a Ukrainian delegation presenting the case of Ukraine against Russia according to the Convention of 1949 against the prevention of the crime of genocide and punishment for it. After World War II, the international community joined together to recognize two principles: the protection of sovereign nations against aggression and protection of people against blatant violation of human rights like genocide. The Russia is manipulating the international law, but this mentioned convention, which is a fundamental international treaty protecting the human rights, and is using it as a pretext for to wage the aggression against Ukraine. Now Ukraine is initiating a case to cease the bloodshed in Ukraine. The Russian Federation has to immediately cease the military attack launched against Ukraine on the 22nd of February and immediately make sure that all the military units and militarized units under their control cease action immediately on the territory of Ukraine. This is not just about Kyiv, Kharkiv, or Sumy, but also about Crimea, Luhansk, and Donetsk.
Центр оборонних стратегій, який постійно відслідковує ситуацію, яка є на фронті, яка є в Росії, і дає якісні, хороші аналітики щодо
So we are continually following the situation in Ukraine and also of media situation in Russian, and the Center of Defense Strategies is also analyzing everything that's happened there, and they try to analyze how much power does the aggressor have. So on February 22, the armed forces of Russia that gathered close to Ukrainian border encompassed 190,000 people. Also, we need to realize that they encompass different sorts of military units. Also, the Navy and Air Forces of Russia encompass 40,000 people. And the police forces of Russia encompass also up till 40,000 people. So the surveillance of the US, the data from March 5, so the Russian forces have employed 90% of their power. So there is not enough information because of that. And also, we have the information that apart from 11,000 casualties and dead among the Russian army, there are also 35,000 injured soldiers. Beyond the Ukrainian territory, there are 15,000–16,000 people. Yes, this is a big military machine, but we are not only able to stop them, we are also ready to destroy all of them. So we have already talked about the approximate number of Russian casualties and how many there are left of them. Also about from the intercepted conversations, we have some information that the officers, the police commanders, they try to get fired and they are not ready to die here in Ukraine and they are coming back home. So I want to specify that this analytics, our Center of Defense Strategies publicized 14 hours ago, so data for today is different. So Russians employed some additional forces and they have already used 95% of their means and equipment and personnel. We need to also to specify that this personnel is also situated on the annexed Crimea territory and also on the territory of self-declared republics. We know that the supplies are coming from these territories, and we also know that in Mykolaiv region we also have some counterattack from Ukrainian military, and the occupiers already have problems with sending their personnel because they are trying to employ mercenaries, they are trying to employ the civilians of Donetsk and Luhansk region that is temporarily occupied. So we have briefing of Maxim Kozitsky, the Chief of Military Administration.
Unfortunately, the studio is not receiving the sound signal.
Дайте нам зброї, щоб ми могли на рівних повітря боротися з ворогом. Запорізьку, Миколаївську, які це роблять, дякую величезним перевізникам і благодійникам.
So we thank for the logistics managers and all the people who care for our military, who supply the armor, who supply weapons. So a lot of people have crossed the border and many people are sheltered in Lviv, and more than 100,000 people were sheltered in the Lviv region. More than 30,000 people came back from other countries to Ukraine. So, specifically from Lviv region, a lot of people have joined the military, and I owe huge respect to them. We have some
але це,
issues with the humanitarian aid transportation,
я думаю, тимчасова річ. На даний момент
but I
водії
do
мають
think that it is
18
temporarily.
до 60 років, відповідно, мають бути мобільні, не тільки водії, а люди можуть
And I think that people mobilized for military action can also be the drivers for that purpose. And also, if you want to become a driver, you may register in the system Шлях. You may also go abroad and get the humanitarian aid and carry that to Ukraine. So please follow the information in order to know about the opportunities how to get into that system. Our police is working actively against the saboteurs. There are some groups in the region. The situation is controlled. We are still trying to deal with our checkpoints. We have 25 checkpoints in Lviv region, 17 of which are in Lviv city. There is continuous work with the local organizations and local communities. And I have a huge appeal to the local battalions, to local communities to coordinate their work to the proper movement control. We need to work together, we need to be synchronized, and our aim is to optimize the transportation of humanitarian aid from the border of the humanitarian aid that is continuously coming from our Western partners. So we owe huge respect and gratefulness to them. Our task today is to give every opportunity to transport that humanitarian aid. Please coordinate your work in the region really clearly. I also have one question, please. So, internally displaced people who are coming to Lviv, so when they are coming after the curfew starts, they cannot get to their shelters. There is organized transport for them to Arena Lviv, and also to the border, and also to the shelters. Apart from that, we have the same situation on the subway railway station, and we do hope that today and tomorrow we will have a couple of places for making it easier for the railway station to host so many people. Maybe we'll transport people to Drohobych, Sambir. We are cooperating with the railway administration because this situation is not only in Lviv, but also in other places. So our task is supplying people in the West region with a place to sleep, with the food, and we are doing well in this respect. So if there are some acquaintances or our neighbors, we cannot use our transport. Yes, you cannot use your personal transport because it's wartime. We need to ensure the safety and the order. We thank you. Back on air, ТРК ПЕРШИЙ ЗАХІДНИЙ. We have just heard the briefing of the military administration of Lviv region, Maxim Kozetsky, about the information of work with the people who are coming here, and the part of this information was voiced by Stepan Kubida this morning. We will show this briefing once more when the sound is more clear for the people who didn't hear it well, so that they may be able to know this information. Also, there are some news from Zakarpattia region. Yesterday, the regional military organization chief
за словами очільника області, відтепер офіс представництва розпочне свою роботу в Ужгороді. Майже півсотні фахівців.
This office will be located in Uzhhorod, and more than 50 people will help to host the internally displaced people, to give them law consultation, also counseling. And if you hear about that from different regions, you can go directly to the Zakarpattia region. People are ready to meet you there and help you, and also guide you further in Ukraine. Also, this morning, Mykolaiv was under fire attack of Smerch rockets. We don't have the information about the results of this attack. We don't have the information about casualties, but there is video about that. We can show it. You can see how the firing of the civilian objects looked. So the enemy is angry because a lot of personnel and equipment was destroyed by Ukrainian army.
Доброе утро называется.
So-called good morning.
Ноябрьская, 28, да. Вот, собственно, и прилетела.
And here the rocket launched.
Чтоб ты сдох. Ворон. Братики из России до нас доехали, Николаев.
So brothers from Russia came to us, to Mykolaiv.
Повертаємося у прямий ефір.
Back on air, ТРК ПЕРШИЙ ЗАХІДНИЙ. Continue talking about Mykolaiv, the Mykolaiv region. The chief of military administration is talking about the renewal of warfare on the suburbs of Mykolaiv. The Ukrainian forces are counterattacking. In the port, there are temporarily occupants, but the Ukrainian forces are defending the territory. There is some new information about Russian ruble. It has still more devaluated. So the dollar cost 138 rubles. These are the official figures, but in banks they are higher. And in Russia, ruble $1 costs 200 rubles. There also has to be the third round of negotiation between the Ukrainian and Russian delegation. Still, there is no information from Ukrainian delegation. We don't know the exact time and place of the negotiation, but we are following the updates, and we will certainly inform you as soon as we have the news. We have a short pause. We will come back at 13. And now you will have the possibility to watch some materials that are prepared by our journalists, and then we will have some news from central channels. See you at 13. When the war is over, when we are coming from the bomb shelters, when we are coming to our homes and our cities, we won't recognize our country. We won't meet some of our neighbors. We won't give a hand to some of our acquaintances. And we won't be able to reach some. We will cry a lot from happiness and from tragedy. Do not be ashamed of tears. You release pain with them. And then we will start building. We will start building as never before, during the day and at night, for our country, all together. We will have sweat on our forehead. Our arms will hurt, but only then will we be able to smile. We will rebuild new Ukraine. There won't be a place for lying politics, and there won't be people who are the traitors. And we saw it with our own eyes, how our country was born. Ukraine, we promise you, glory to heroes. So hold, guys, we are with you. We want this all to end. We wish you peaceful sky and glory to Ukraine. I don't know what to say. I don't know what would be without them. They are all our hope. They are everything we have. Thank you. We wish you to hold on. Good luck, and we are with you. They're incredible. I don't know how we would deal without them. Glory to Ukraine. We will endure everything. You are real men. Thank you for our calmness. We wish you power, strength. May God bless them. They're just heroes. Cossacks will never perish. It's becoming colder, and I want to wish primarily health, like strong health, and also victory. It's the most important thing now, the victory and health. And I want all your friends and relatives to be good. We are very grateful that we are able to sleep. I'm astonished by them. Everything will be Ukraine. Guys, we will win because we are a strong nation and we are the nation of fighters. We are a nation of people who love their land, who defend it, who are defending the whole world. Thank you guys a lot from the whole heart. I will join you soon. Thank you for the possibility to stay here, and also my parents have the possibility to stay in Dnipro on the peaceful territory. Thank you a lot for defending us. I thank our defenders. They are doing their utmost to defend our country. I am very grateful to them. If everything is good, we will win. I am very proud of our president, of our army, of every soldier, of our territorial defense. It's amazing. I thank you. I don't have words to express that. I just adore everything that we do. So I have a stimulus to live. I have someone to live for. The sunshine in the darkness, the newborn babies. For 10 days of war in Ukraine, there have been more than 4,000 newborns. And in Lviv, there have been more than 80 children. Ruslana is trying to figure out the name for her son. We have a discussion at our home. Everyone wants a different name. So she's from Lviv. It is her third child. The baby is still, likes to sleep. In the neighboring ward, there is Irina. So I have a boy, and we wanted a boy. We called him Timur. He will be a fighter. He is quite big. So they lived in Kyiv, and they wanted to give birth to their child there. So I had to give birth in the center of the city in Kyiv, close to military administration. But then we decided that it was dangerous, and I didn't want to give birth in the basement. The road to Lviv was hard, but now it's much easier for her. Before the birth, I was very tense, but now I'm feeling better. And I'm feeling better because the situation in Kyiv is also stabilized. There are many patients in Lviv hospital from Kyiv. They also need some psychological help. So we try to pay a lot of attention to them. We try to warm them with love, kindness, as long as we can. At least we can support them and that they feel that they are not alone. The help for people who are waiting in queues on the railway station, for people who don't have shelter or who lost their relatives or friends. There is counseling center for them, and they are ready to help people who have been waiting in queue for a lot of time. It's a crisis situation. There are people who are trying to fulfill their basic needs, and they have a lot of feelings because they lost their homes, they lost their beloved ones. And sometimes people do not even understand what is their state. There are people who are continually working there in pairs, and the counseling is not a full-fledged therapy meeting, but they are still trying to help. We are working around the clock. Our shifts are lasting for 12 hours. So our main task is to divide people by pairs, our volunteers, and they come up to people who are waiting in the queues and talking to that person in order to help them. There are also some medical workers who are trying to ensure the first aid if some people need. Vareniks with potato and with other ingredients. One of the most symbolical meals of Ukraine is being prepared in Lviv by the members of trade union. They are making them for the internally displaced people and also for the military. So the workers of that union and also the teachers, they are used to making vareniki for the military. They are doing that since 2014, and we have been doing that for a long time. We know how to make them, and they are very tasty. There is also Chef Anatoly. They are trying to work swiftly and to do a lot. There must be 27 vareniks in a minute, but we are still lagging behind a little bit. So the teachers here, they really know how it is important that the military are full and that they have power. So we've been sheltered here, we are living here with my daughter, and we decided to help, we decided to do our share. Now we are not thinking about the things that are going on outside. So with this work we are also helping ourselves. Yes, it's made for military first. More than 170 people have found their shelter there, and they can have 3-course meals. They have soup, the pasta and salad, and vareniki is their favorite meal. I cannot express my feelings. The care for others, it's moving me. I am very grateful. If I were a writer, I would write it poetically, that in these hard times, the star of the nation, the star of Ukraine, is shining brightly. I am proud that I am Ukrainian. Since the first days of the war, the karate trainers are defending Ukraine. So Hostomel, March 3, karate trainers. Guys, how are you? Georgian guy, what will you tell? Everything will be Ukraine. All the trainings are cancelled, but in different places, the points of the help for the internally displaced people are organized. So, Karate Federation of Ukraine, also we in Ukraine, in Lviv, we are trying to help with the humanitarian needs. We are working with the international partners. Now, Lviv karate trainers are coming to the border to get some more humanitarian aid. We are one federation. We are one country. We need to help. Going to the border, one of the trainers of Lviv club is talking about the sport life and how it changed since the war started. So we used to have some competition between regions, but now everyone is united, everyone is working for one goal. We have children from different cities, we have trainers from different cities, and we also host people in our gyms. In one of the gyms, they hosted a women's group from Paralympic volleyball game. We are uniting. We are helping one another, and we are fighting against the enemy of Ukraine. At the checkpoint Krakovets-Korchova, there are huge queues. They will need to wait to unload the help till the night. We have the recommendation letters of the humanitarian aid, but still we need to wait a lot. We will come late at night to manage that help and to send it to different places. The International Karate Organization have banned Russia from taking part in the competition. It's one of the places where we make weapons for our military. There are a lot of different bottles, scotch, the fabric, also the oil and the fuel. If you add it all together, you will get the dangerous mixture that will help to stop tanks. So we have 1/3 of oil and 2/3 of fuel, but not till the end. We still need to have some space. After that, you need to seal the bottle in order not to let the mixture to evaporate. You can store this mixture up to several weeks. If you don't seal it, you can have it. You can use it only for several days. It's not hard to use that. You need to make a hole and then fire the fabric, and then you need to throw it at your enemy. There are a lot of different recipes for that smoothie. You may use any other different materials. And different cocktails, different smoothies are used for different purposes.
Розчиняється, і, власне, оця от суміш пенопласт плюс ацетон дозволяє, власне, бандерівському смузі горіти ще сильніше.
So some other additional materials allow Bandarev smoothie to burn even longer. If you want to destroy some military equipment, you need to throw the smoothie at the In order to make Bandera smoothie, there are a lot of places in Lviv, more than 50. And one person may make more than 100 portions of that smoothies a day. So more than 7,000 smoothies we already sent to the east of Ukraine. And sure, there are like some people who make them voluntary. But it's important to remember that you need to throw the bottle correctly. Don't put it above your head and do it very hard.
Ще 10 днів тому у цих місцях виступали артисти, відправляли
10 days ago there were some concerts, photo sessions, there were some liturgies, but now Ukrainian photo studios, theaters have become the shelters for people. In Les Kurbas theater you can see a lot of mats. Theatrical decorations are used as beds, and there are some places to eat. People report that they are trying to receive people from the Kharkiv and Kyiv theaters and other internally displaced people. So it's our duty. People, they are defending Ukraine, so we need to do our share here. Citizens of Lviv are sharing their clothes, the essentials. The family of Mikita has also found its place here. They were escaping the air attacks in Kyiv. We didn't know where we were coming. We just heard the air attack, the missiles, and we made a decision by my mom, it was made, to go to Lviv. We came yesterday, it's our first night here. They received us very well. As soon as we went out of the railway station, there are some places where we could eat. In case of air attack, there is bomb shelter. So we have bells from one of the places that we used in our theater. We use them now in order to proclaim the air attack. So we have also smoking fountains to tell that we are there.
у Львівському театрі імені Марії Заньковецької.
Also in Maria Zankovetsky Theatre,
Тут облаштували гуманітарний
a
штаб
shelter
для
was
потреб військових
organized.
та біженців.
There is a point for responding to needs of the internally displaced people and the military. So we want to do everything we can here. So we made an announcement on the internet, and in an hour there was everything we asked for. People responded immediately.
Актори, працівники з цехів, медики, волонтери та студенти-інтерни.
So it looks like a beehive. There are a lot of volunteers, a lot of workers.
Вже було пару таких сіток ми зробили. Хлопці теж, бачите,
They make a lot of
привозять
things.
їжу,
We also have the materials, the food, everything we need for the military.
Осторонь спільної біди не залишились і в храмі Святого Лазаря.
Also, St. Lazarus Church has not stood away. They have the shelter for the women with children. Also, there are 3 bedrooms, and the locals are bringing food, clothes, and local restaurants are supplying people with food. So it's a place for our choir, the dodatок, but now we have here mats and sleeping places for our temporary guests. Svetlana from Kharkiv has also addressed this church for the help. May God bless with health your volunteers. Why? Because I have never seen such a warm acceptance. We have full, all-inclusive. All people are very kind. And if someone sees a tear, people are hugging you, people are asking you how you are, they offer you tea. They are trying to live through our pain with us. Also, there are bomb shelters for moms with children. Besides, in photo studio, Drabina, people are ready to receive internally displaced people. They need everything to spend the night in safety and warmth. We have more than 30 people there, and sometimes when mom comes with a child, we give them one place and they can just sleep together. So close to our living area, there have been 2 explosions. I was really scared by them. I feel safe here. It's very safe here, and I can feel very kind attitude towards me. And people who have been sheltered are also trying to help and become volunteers.
Переповнені людьми, які тягнуть валізи вулиці, порожні класи шкіл та садки. Вже 10-й день Львів живе в режимі воєнного стану. У школах тривають двотижневі канікули. Нині навчальні заклади поселяють вимушено переселених мешканців міст, які обстрілює ворог. Припинили освітній процес також у львівських дитсадках. По-іншому в особливий період працюють міські медзаклади. По консультацію до сімейного лікаря медики радять звертатися телефоном. Відвідати лікарський кабінет можна за попереднім записом. У поліклінічних пунктах вакцинації приймають у звичному режимі, однак із незвичним переліком щеплень.
We have scheduled surgeries and consultations, with exceptions of people with chronic diseases which are given support and care. We are only doing the COVID vaccinations. All the other planned vaccinations have been put on hold. The catering facilities have either been shut down or rescheduled, and they are offering food and shelter to the refugees.
Більшість ресторанів не приймає відвідувачів. Мовляв,
Most
кухарі
coffee
готують
shops
їжу
are
для
closed
біженців
in
та
Lviv. The cooks
тероборонців.
are cooking for the IDPs and the military. We are not catering to the clients for the simple reason that we are working to meet the needs of the army and of the internally displaced people. We cook food for at least 100 people. Just yesterday, we cooked чанаги, бограч, the soups for them, and we'll get back to normal after victory. The banks are open, but the working hours have been shortened due to the curfew in the city. The public transport is limited. Instead of 8 or 9 shuttle buses en route, there'll only be 3 or 4. The buses are transporting women and children. The peaceful people of the warring nation. We are protecting ourselves against the invasion for 12 days in a row. We never wanted this war, but it was brought to us. We never dreamed of killing, but we have to expel the enemy from our land and from our life. We have to bear the hardships that the nations of Europe haven't experienced for 70 years. And on this land, it is decided whether anyone else would fall prey to the same aggression. I speak to the leaders of the world and I hear them agree the future of the continent is decided here by our resistance and by our friends with their support. I talked to Andrzej Duda, my French counterpart. They are helping. I talked to Boris Johnson, my British counterpart, the leader of Italian government, Mario Draghi, the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, Prime Minister of India, Modi. And I received very important messages from them that I'm certain will only make Ukraine stronger. Our messages are very clear. They are fair, honest. If the invasion continues and Russia does not give up its plans on Ukraine, then we need a new package of sanctions. More sanctions, new sanction moves against war, for peace, the boycott of Russian exports, refusal to buy oil and oil products from Russia. We can call it embargo, or we can just call it moral, high morals, when you don't pay a terrorist. A boycott of Russian exports. If they don't abide by civilized rules, they should not get the goods and services from the civilized countries. Let war feed them. The international community has to be even more resolute. When people lose their mind, they need to lose fear and forget the benefit of profit. We need to defend our values, and both governments and companies have to be integral. We have to fight against the inhumane force wanting to destroy humanity. The will of the Ukrainian nation and firm international sanction will pave the path to peace. At night, the occupants hit Mykolaiv, right to the living quarters, with the cruise missiles. They were hitting Mykolaiv as well as other Ukrainian cities. No military sense in these attacks, just pure terror. They hold residents of many Ukrainian cities as hostages. They sites temporarily seized by the occupant until they get their penance. We know how to do it. Our forces know what they're doing. The enemy is demoralized. They've come to claim something that doesn't belong to them. They've expected to see slavery and fear here. Of course, it's scary to see a destroyed home, to see a multi-story building ravaged, cars shred to pieces, air bombs against the people. That's very scary. You feel as if it's happening elsewhere. But it's happening here, in Ukraine, in our own land. It's not elsewhere. We who've always sought peace above everything else. How many more deaths and losses are needed to protect the sky under Ukraine? The peaceful people in Kyiv or Mykolaiv are no different from those in Hamburg or Vienna. We are waiting to help us protect, shield our sky. Either give us warplanes and anti-air defense to give us this might to protect our skies. The world has to give this help to Ukraine and to help itself to prove its humanity, that humanity shall prevail. The Ukrainian government is working to restore our statehood after victory, to enable the country to fight better. There is a special package of assistance to business and employees. The private entrepreneurs will not have to pay the unified social tax. The third and fourth individual entrepreneur will not have to pay the unified social tax for those enlisted in armed forces of Ukraine if they've been hired, including those enlisted in the territorial defense. Land tax and liaison tax for communal property will be lifted for all the areas in combat. This is for the term of the marshal's law and a year afterwards at least. The payments of the taxes is deferred for all the enterprises that cannot pay the taxes. And this is just the first step of the large support package of the governmental support. All these central agencies have been given a clear objective to rapidly and effectively restore Ukraine. Putting people first and foremost, to enable all of us to get back to our jobs in peaceful times once we have peace on our land. I'm grateful to all the owners and managers of businesses carrying on and delivering on their promises to the people, paying salaries to the people, even if the company is not operating as before, means protecting, defending Ukraine. The government will honor all of its commitment. The pensions at a high rate have already been paid to the people. The budget payments are paid as due. Ukrainians, there are many of us, there are millions of us, and this means millions of ways to fight for our future, for our nation, for our freedom, for our national flag, blue and yellow. It's not a tricolored. We defend our flag as this is our world view. We've won at the Olympic Games under the blue and yellow. This flag was in space, in the Antarctic, and under this flag, our first responder, the peacekeepers, medics, have come to help others in Turkey, in Greece, Israel, Georgia, Afghanistan, Montenegro, India, Italy, Congo, and many others, many other countries of the world. We've never done under this flag. We've never launched an aggression against another nation. We never captured an inch of foreign soil. We never killed civilians under this flag of other actions. We and terror are different universes, so our flag bears no blood and will never have the black spots, will never have any swastikas. Ukrainian flag is the peaceful, fertile, golden land and clear blue sky without missiles. That's the way it used to be and the way it's going to be, I know. Glory to Ukraine.
До 12-ї перерви.
Супер. Ви не виключаєте, ми можемо говорити, так? We are back on air of the Перший Західний TV channel. I'm with you now. Thanks to Stanislav, my colleague, for giving you coverage. We've just heard an address of the Ukrainian president. There are a few important points raised by Volodymyr Zelensky. He insists that if the Russian Federation continues bombing Ukrainian cities, we'll need a strengthened sanction package from the European partners, because it cannot go on with the world bystanding. Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the Ukrainian businesses, saying that the businesses will be exempt from a number of taxes for the duration of the war, and 1 year after the war. The State Board of Ukraine urges the people not to travel to EU via Poland. There is a critical situation on the border, especially on the border neighboring Lviv region. The displaced persons are urged to travel to other border crossing points. In the last days, 16,000 vehicles and 134,000 people crossed the border in the last 24 hours. 117,000 people were leaving Ukraine and 84,000 crossed the border crossing points with Poland. The State Border Service is saying that the number of people awaiting a border crossing is still considerable, and urges everyone traveling to the EU countries to go to other border crossing. The Hungarian, Romanian, Slovakian border crossing points are idle or have minimum loads. So if you're arriving in the region and you're planning to travel to other region to cross the border, please follow the information of the Western branch of the State Border Guard Service. They have a 3-hourly update of the information informing about the queues at different border crossing points along the Ukrainian border. This is the most recent update on the screen. 16.5 thousand people came back to Ukraine, including 13,000 Ukrainian citizens. We've shown a video of Ukrainian men working in other countries, rushing back to Ukraine to sign up the territorial defense and enlisting the armed forces to protect and defend their homeland. Vehicles with humanitarian aid have crossed the border, and people are urged to follow law and order, follow the queues at the border crossing points. Please act civilly and do not offer any bribes for attempting to cross the border by skipping the line. Now, the information is for those arriving in Lviv by rail. Please go to the Volunteer Coordination Center. Yesterday, we had Valery Zahaidniy, Deputy Head of the Lviv Military Administration. He told us that the buses will be offered for the internally displaced people to be transported to other parts of the city. Some have friends and family meeting them, but others will not have anyone to pick them up at the railway station. Moreover, the travel is limited within the curfew, so buses will be offered for the internally displaced people to travel to their destinations. Most people from the railway station will be taken by buses to the stadium arena Lviv, where people are offered accommodation and then taken to the temporary shelters. We Also, we're saying that local communities from further afield from Lviv should also play a more active role. Other territorial communities should step up their effort, such as Sambyr, Yavorів, Дрогобич, Трускавець, so that they could receive some of the people and lessen the load on the city of Lviv. To continue on this topic of communities and to give you a preview of what's coming next, we'll be talking to the mayor of Дрогобич, we'll be talking to Volodymyr Remenyak from Дрогобич. We are also expecting an MP of Lviv region, Natalia Pipo. We will hear the head of the humanitarian headquarters at the Arena Lviv, Ivana Harris. We'll have a military expert in the evening, Petro Chernik. We are also waiting to hear from the deputy mayor of Lviv, Andriy Moskalenko. If you have questions specifically addressed to them, please write to our Facebook page or follow our air on YouTube, and you can post your comments there as well. The Lviv military administration emphasizes the information for those arriving in Lviv. We are a reliable rear for the people who've been internally displaced. Lviv has already received 63,500 internally displaced persons. The Lviv military administration is saying that if you fled to Lviv fleeing combat and you need accommodation or any help, please resort to our help. And should you see that the prices for accommodation have hiked, please go to the chat boat of Lviv military administration and place the information there. Should you be denied payment by card, please complain to the separate chat boat. Because the Lviv military administration is saying that the locals are warned not to resort to looting or profiteering. We have heard a few complaints to this effect. There are separate Telegram channels for complaints, and Lviv city and Oblast administration have promised to put the situation in check. Now let's go back to the international events. The UN International Court has started a hearing on the genocide committed by the Russian Federation. We hear about this from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ukrainian delegation is represented, and it's presenting the case of Ukraine under the Convention of 1949 on the prevention of the crime of genocide and punishment for it. As the statement goes, Russia is manipulating the international law and the said convention, which is a fundamental international treaty protecting human rights, and it's using as a pretext to wage armed aggression against Ukraine. The Ukrainian delegation is seeking the International Court of Justice of the United Nations to take protective measures to cease bloodshed. What are the protective measures? The Russian Federation has to immediately cease the military action they launched in Ukraine on the 22nd of February. The Russian Federation has to immediately make sure that all the military and other units under its control or influence cease any hostilities, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is saying that they continue to fight against the Russian occupiers on all the fronts, including on the legal front. Dmytro Kuleba, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, mentioned the importance, the decision of the International Court of Human Rights, and if the decision is made, then Russia will be deemed the gravest aggressor of the planet. Another message from the international front, the EU is asking the MAGATA to protect the Ukrainian nuclear power stations. We see the Reuters coverage with reference to the letter of the EU Commission. The situation with the capture of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station is referred to, and capture of Chernobyl nuclear power station. The EU Commissioner for Energy Policy, Kadri Simpson, is addressing Rafael Grossi, the International Energy Association, pleading to assure nuclear safety of the nuclear objects in Ukraine. Russia has to immediately cease aggression against Ukraine and return the nuclear power station under full operational and regulatory control of Ukraine. Let us remind that the Ukrainian government is saying that Russian troops gained control of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station on Friday. We know that they've captured and held the entire staff hostages. The management of the station reported that people were deprived of the chance to rest or leave. The same goes for Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station. We see that finally the European Commission is responding by writing a letter to the International Energy Association for them to take action and protect the nuclear facilities. Going back to people arriving in Lviv, we know the situation unfolding at the railway station with the congestion and no places for accommodation anymore left available. So those helping people arriving from elsewhere, we have the information of yet a new shelter. It's a gym on Kashirska 8. It's a side street from Zelena Street. It's a place where people can spend the night, take a shower. The microwave oven and a kettle are available for people to take some snacks, and people are asked to call the number 168 969 1619. Please call the administrator of the club, which is called Lviv Angels, to check for available places. Meanwhile, we have the information prepared by our journalists from the Lviv railway station and the situation unfolding there. So let's watch it. The aid and relief for them, for those queuing for hours at the Lviv railway station who've lost their homes or their dear ones. There's a medical and psychological relief center operating on the second floor of the railway station, offering relief to those panicking after seeing the atrocities of war, of having waited for hours in queues. The situation is truly critical as people come and they need to meet their most basic needs, as they've lost shelter, they've lost their dear ones. Not everyone is going to be prepared to reach out for aid if they need it desperately, as people are often unaware of the condition they're in. The psychologists and counselors are working in shifts and offering support to those needing it most. This is not full counseling, but it can help people get back to their senses, defeat apathy. We work round the clock, we work 2 shifts, 12 hours each, and we cater to at least 100 people. It's a 1-hour session. We work with them one by one, and we reach out to people waiting in queues. They may be waiting there for 6 or 8 or even more hours in order to support the people. The medics are on the ground to make a medical examination or give first medical aid. The psychological and medical aid is stationed on the second floor of the railway station, open to everyone who needs help.
Говорили ми з вами про звернення
We
Володимира
talked about the address of the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, urging European countries to support Ukraine, and President of Ukraine has made address to the small, medium and big businesses in Ukraine. We know that businesses are often in a predicament, so to clarify and to expand on his address, I'd like to say that the Ukrainian government is already working on the means to rebuild the country. The President has thanked the businesses to continue paying salary to their staff, even they've been forced to go out of operation, and the private entrepreneurs of the first and second groups are relieved of paying the unified social tax. The third and fourth group, individual entrepreneurs, are relieved of paying the social tax for their staff enlisted in the armed forces or territorial defense. The land tax and lease on land of state and communal property on all the territories under combat have been given a tax break. This is for the time of the wartime and a year afterwards. The taxes are deferred for all the enterprises who cannot pay their taxes. The President says this is only the first part of a large governmental package of relief. All the central agencies have been given a mandate to have an action plan for a speedy recovery of Ukraine, for it to be people-centered, for all of us to get back to our jobs once we regain our peace, as stated by Volodymyr Zelensky. We have a guest via Skype. This is Andriy Kovch, Deputy Head of Drohobych City Council. We have him with us. Andriy, glory to Ukraine, greetings, greetings, glory to its heroes. We see that you are somewhere outside, so what are your whereabouts? Can you share with us?
Даруйте. Так, я з вами знов на зв'язку.
I'm back with
Ми так
you.
розуміємо, ви у Києві
Are you in
перебуваєте і
Kyiv?
займаєтеся зараз дуже важливою справою
And I
гуманітарною
know that
допомогою,
you
яку
are helping
доставляєте до
the
столиці, так?
humanitarian aid that you're delivering to the capital. This is precisely right. This is a time when every minute counts, and you have to make most of your time.
Десь у нас зникає. Зникає
The
зв'язок.
connection is interrupted.
Даруйте, будь ласка. Ми вчора виїхали, сформувавши
So
волонтерський вантаж,
we
як і
departed
для підтримки
from
цивільного
Drohobych,
населення.
having
Тобто в нас
formed a
є
humanitarian
місто, яке ми
cargo
підтримуємо.
for the
Це
civilians.
місто
We
Фастів
are
під Києвом.
supporting Fastiv, a satellite town of Kyiv. We shipped two big humanitarian cargo with food and clothes, some personal hygiene items. We've also traveled to Kyiv. A vehicle with medication for the military has reached Kyiv. It has some personal protective equipment and communication equipment. And concurrently, we are performing yet another mission. We are collecting for people who received light injuries, and will be transporting them to Drohobych. We have medical facilities to treat them in Drohobych, so we are taking them there. Also, our friends suggested offering us 2 buses. We know how difficult it is for Kyiv residents to reach Western Ukraine. We'll be also organizing a tiny evacuation mission. We already have 30 women, children and elderly that will be taken to the western part of Ukraine and will be leaving in 2 or 3 hours homewards. Andriy, thank you for doing this. Since you're in the capital, we have to jump at this opportunity and ask you about the situation on the ground. We know that you are very closely linked to the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko. So what what's up there at the capital. As we speak, and we've been hearing shelling by Grads, we hear heavy artillery launching attacks. The city is preparing to give a dignified defense to the enemy. We know the strategic importance of capital. It's very important that we hold out here. Everyone, starting with the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, and down to the every resident of Kyiv. Everyone is prepared to fight for their homeland. We see colossal effort made to defend the homeland made by the President of Ukraine. The entire nation has united in its fight against the enemy. You mentioned that you'll be transporting 4 wounded. Are they from the Lviv region? We have a legal permission to evacuate the people who are registered in Lviv region. And we have them from Lviv, Novoyavorsk, Strelsk, and from another locality, Lviv region. We'll be picking up some more civilians and will be hitting the road. Yesterday we had a conversation with Lviv military administration, volunteers helping the internally displaced people arriving in Lviv, and we know that Lviv is full up, and the military administration is seeking ways to evacuate the people to other cities and towns of Lviv region. Is Drohobych ready to host IDPs? On the very first day of the all-out war, we created a humanitarian coordination center. It has a number of important functions. Apart from supporting the military, which is our primary objective, we aim to deliver aid to the internally displaced person by offering them shelter, psychological counseling, food and leisure for the children that will be hosting. This is free of charge. Food is offered free as well as shelter and edutainment for the children. We have equipped over 2,000 places. Over 1,000 of them have already been taken up, so we have 700 vacancies, and we are working to prepare another 1,000 places for the refugees. But we know that a lot of people still seek to travel further beyond Ukraine, and we are working actively with our partners and friends. Drohobych has a lot of sister cities in Poland and Lithuania, and tomorrow an ambassador of Lithuania in Ukraine will be arriving in Drohobych, and we'll be discussing how we can help the refugees in the western part of Ukraine travel to Lithuania. I'm not a big advocate for Ukrainians to flee abroad, but if it's a question for women and men, I believe that could make sense to help them leave Ukraine temporarily to assure their safety. Thank you. And the very last question, have you had a chance to meet the mayor of Kyiv? Is he working and defending the city? I know he's defending the city. I know he's working for the city, and he's very good at it. And both of us didn't have a chance to meet up, but we will. So how long did it take you to get from Lviv or Drohobych to Kyiv? The route has to be altered every time as the front line keeps changing, and some roads become more or less hazardous. We left when the Vinnytsia airport was shelled, causing panic in Vinnytsia, and we ended up in a huge traffic jam between Vinnytsia Khmelnytsk. It must have taken us 2 hours to pass the queues there as people were fleeing Vinnytsia for Western Ukraine. So it took us 12 hours to get to Kyiv. I hope you can get back much faster, and thank you for doing what Ukraine needs most. So bon voyage to Lviv and Drohobych. We had Andriy Kovch, Deputy Mayor of Drohobych, with us. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to his heroes.
And now we have a message from the Council of the Human Rights. So, the vehicle of the citizen of Switzerland in Mykolaiv region, it was fired, and the journalist Guillaume Brique, he is injured. Since March 6, he was informing about the current events, and there was a marking, the sticker that testified that he was a journalist, and he was under the fire by Russian militaries. And no wonder that he was shot on the other hand, because the Russian military are shooting the internally displaced people who are trying to get out of the warfare zone. Also, the Russian occupants have taken away his documents, his money, his laptop, but he was able to escape, and he was sent to the hospital, and he was helped there. Lyudmila Denisova has testified that it's a huge crime against the Hague Convention, and it goes severely against the human rights. And she also called for all the humanitarian, all the NGOs to put a stress on the Russian authority in order to prevent such further cases. We also had some information about humanitarian corridors from Irina Vereshchuk. So her last appeal was about the absence of possibility to evacuate people, and Russians, during the negotiation, they say that they will give the opportunity for the humanitarian corridors, but then they do not give that opportunity in reality. Let's watch the last appeal of Irina Vereshchuk. Ukrainians, today is March 7, 9 a.m., and we are still working for our common victory. I want to explain what's happening to humanitarian corridors. For the 3 days, we have been trying to open them in the directions of Mariupol, Kyiv, and other directions. Yesterday, 12:30 at night, we had a letter from the Russian Federation where they proposed, taking into account the personal appeal of Emmanuel Macron, French president, to open the humanitarian corridors March 7 from Kyiv, Hostomel, Rakivka, Sostovka, Ivanov, Gdań, Gomel, with the aid from the Russian Federation. From Kharkiv, Nakhotiivka, Belgorod, also by rail and other vehicles in different checkpoints: Sumy, Sudzha, Belgorod, also by railway or other transport. The specified information is also given to the EU. So it seems that the Russian Federation, with humanitarian appeal, is trying to open the corridors. But it's absolutely unacceptable option of opening the humanitarian corridors. Our people from Kyiv, from Sumy, from Kharkiv, will never go to Belarus to go to Russia. I do hope that French President Emmanuel Macron, that his name and his sincere desire to help Ukrainian civilians and also foreign residents of India, Pakistan, his name is used and manipulated by the Russian Federation. In reply to this letter, we have sent our vision of the humanitarian corridors, and we are ready to open these corridors from 10 a.m. today and on. I want to read our appeal so that we all know and that we all understand in which way we want to negotiate. Trying to prevent the humanitarian catastrophe because of the Russian attack, people, all the days from the attack, are trying to escape to the west of Ukraine and to the EU. And people living in the cities that are surrounded by Russian forces don't have this ability. In accordance with that, Ukraine is asking for opening the humanitarian corridors on March 7, 2022, to evacuate people, including the residents of the foreign countries, also international students. In the city, from the city of Bucha to Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk, from the next region, from the city of Volnovakha in the direction of Novoandriivka, Oledar, Pokrovsk, from Sumy in the direction of Poltava, Suma, Golubivka, Vishana, Nedrigaliev, Rovnin, Andreyashivka, Lochvitsa, Lubny, Poltava. From the city Izum, Kharkiv region, Izum, Hrushovacha, Panyutina, Lazovaya. From the city Balaklaya, Kharkiv region, Balaklaya, Gusarivka, Pervomaisk. From the villages Liptsi, Strilecha, Kharkiv region, Strilecha, Lipchi, the Circle Road. From Kharkiv by railway to Lviv, Uzhhorod, Ivano-Frankivsk. Also, there has been a preparation in Ukraine for the humanitarian aid transportation to Melitopol, Berdyansk, Kherson, Sumy, Mariupol, Volnovakha, Donetsk region, and it also needs the opening of the humanitarian corridors. We ask, without any hesitation, to prepare the opening of these humanitarian corridors, and also the observance of ceasefire for the safe arrival of humanitarian aid. Also, we have informed about this letter our partners from the Red Cross Committee, UN, and we demand that the Russian Federation stop manipulating the trust of world leaders, as Emmanuel Macron, the leaders of Turkey, India, and make the routes open, the routes that are specified by us. We demand that the Russian Federation accept the options of our routes, and also to establish ceasefire that we will agree upon. We also demand that the Russian Federation open the possibilities for the humanitarian corridors, where the humanitarian lorries will go with food and medicines. And we need to send them to our civilians in Mariupol, Kherson, and other cities of Ukraine. I again appeal to the Russian Federation: stop manipulating the lives of civilians. Give the opportunity to open the humanitarian corridors, and give the opportunity for people to save their lives and their health. I address the leaders, to Emmanuel Macron, the person who is really trying to help. I address to Boris Johnson, to Mr. Biden. Please help open the real useful humanitarian corridors that will save lives of thousands of people, including the foreign residents. And I also want to appeal to Ukrainians. I do understand that now you are disoriented by the appeals of the Russian Federations, by their statements. I urge you to trust and also lean on the reliable sources by Ukrainian authorities about all the openings of humanitarian corridors. You will receive the information beforehand. I do urge you to understand that because of your security and life and health. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine. Talking about humanitarian corridors and humanitarian aid to the citizens who live near the battlefields and also citizens who went to Lviv. For the last day, Lviv region has sent 1,200 tons of humanitarian aid to Kyiv, Chernihiv, Zaporizhzhia, Mykolaiv regions and Donbas region. We are also addressing European producers to send us some not easily perishable products, and we need them in a big quantity. So from my own experience, the family that came to my place, they came with a child, they need some children's nutrition, and this nutrition is disappearing from the shops immediately, and we need to focus our attention on such products. We also have some problems from the transportation of help from Europe, because men who are ready to drive them to Ukraine, they are eligible to military service, so they cannot do that always, but they can register in Shlях system. Also, there is another way to get this aid from EU to address the borderline service, and Maxim Kozitsky has also addressed the volunteer battalions to coordinate their activity with the police, with the other local services, in order to coordinate the checkpoints, because we have often had the situation when people who were trying to supply with humanitarian aid, they encountered the situation when people were behaving not politely. So the police is tracking the situation, and people are trying to organize the checkpoints in the Lviv region. They are trying to organize them and to make them easier to cross. So thank the military and thanks to the volunteers. Georgia has also sent to Ukraine 140 tons of humanitarian aid. Also, in Telegram, there is a separate channel, the channel with the information about the lost children. Also, yesterday, our guest has told us about situations when some people are trying to transport people to their shelter places. They may force people to get out of the car in different places, and some people may be lost. So in this Telegram channel, you may also add some information about the lost children. It's called Poshuk Zniklych. So if you have the appeal, you need to state the name and the surname of the lost person, the missing person, its date of birth, and the conditions when he or she went missing. So you can also find there are not only children, but also the adults. In this way, you can connect to your relatives. So the ministry is asking not to share some fake information. You need to check all the information you get and not to spread panic among the people. During this time, for the last 12 days, we had a lot of such fakes about Brode, about Lviv, about explosions, but all this information is not proved, so we urge you to use only official data. So one of these sources is Pentagon, the Center of Strategic Communications. So Pentagon is informing us about the military strength of Russia and that they have employed 95% of their military strength in Ukraine. Also, they used more than 600 rockets, missiles. So we already stated that 25% of Russian military forces were gathered near the borderline. Ukrainian forces are deterring Russian attempts to get to Kyiv, Chernihiv, and Kharkiv. The line of Russian equipment is close to Kyiv, on the distance 65 kilometers. So the US do not believe that the Russian attempts to seize Odessa will take place soon. So the port of Odessa is not captured, but we do continue to appeal to our international partners to close the sky above Ukraine, to avoid still more casualties, to avoid injured and people that went missing. Information about Kyiv. Vitaly Klitschko, the mayor, has publicized the latest information. He's saying that there are fierce fightings near Kyiv. So the occupant is trying to destroy Bucha, Vorzel, and Irpin. Vitaly Klitschko says that the occupants are trying to kill the civilians, and the head of Hostomel community was shot, was assassinated when he was helping people. So he was trying to save his people, giving out the food and medicines. He was assassinated, so we cannot imagine the cruelest, more cruel act. Kyiv has sent the humanitarian aid to Chernihiv. Also, they are trying to get it to Bucha and Hostomel. And also, the capital is preparing to defend itself. We had a conversation with Andriy Kovch, the representative of Drohobych. He is there, and seeing that with his own eyes, he told us that the capital is really ready to defend itself. The mayor of Kyiv has urged people to stay at home and also to go to the bomb shelter in case of air threat. And he assured that together we will stand. There is no way out. So we already discussed the Telegram channel. We also have a video from Lviv. Oh, wait. We also want to tell you that more than 4,000 people have been born. 4,000 children have been born in Ukraine. Also, there have been 4 marriages for that time. And let's also watch about the Lviv hospital. So I have a new stimulus to live. I have someone to live for. These little sunshines in the darkness are newborn babies. For the 10 days
85 діток з'явилось на світ у першому львівському пологовому.
4,311
і 43 дівчинки.
newborn babies were
Одна з
born in
трошки більше доби
Ukraine,
тому дарувала світу нове життя
and
Руслана.
more than
З ім'ям
80
для синочка
children
ще не
in
визначилась.
Lviv region. I
I
haven't decided the name for my baby. Everyone wants a different name for my family. It is her third child. The child is calm, he likes to sleep. Everyone wants to know who he resembles. Irina is also happy because of her newborn child. We call him Timur. He'll be a strong man.
Уродженка Херсона з чоловіком жили
Born
в
in
Києві.
Kherson, she
Там
used to live in
хотіла
Kyiv,
народжувати
and there she
Тимурка,
wanted
утім
to give
вирішила
birth.
не ризикувати.
But she decided not to risk. I had to give birth in the center of the city, close to military administration, and I didn't want to give birth in a bomb shelter. That's why we came here. The road to Lviv was hard, but now it's much more easier. Before the birth, I was really worried, but now it's better, and also in Kyiv the situation is more stabilized. So they are calling, they are saying that everything is calm. So patients who came from battle places, there are a lot of them in the hospital, and a lot of them need psychological help. We want to pay a lot of attention to them, we want to warm them with love and grace. We want to support them and make them feel that they are not alone.
Юрій Кісь, програма «Очі». Подбали про безпеку породіль та жінок, які от-от мають народити. У сховищі першого львівського пологового облаштували палату. Відтак у разі повітряної тривоги у жінок будуть всі умови, аби народжувати у чистоті та безпеці з відповідним обладнанням. На щастя, палати поки не знадобилась.
Fortunately, this place haven't been needed yet. So if we have some critical situation, we are ready to help women naturally give birth and also to make an operation. And there are also a lot of supplies and food and places for moms and their newborn babies. There is place for everyone who is in our hospital, patients and personnel as well.
Повертаємося до інших регіонів
Coming back
України.
to other regions of Ukraine, because of the air attacks in Kharkiv, a lot of kindergartens and schools suffered. 48 education establishments have suffered. Kharkiv journalists have reported. In all of these buildings, the windows are broken. In some of these, the roofs are broken. In some buildings, the administrative buildings are destroyed, or, for example, the school 134 is completely destroyed. And we also have a video from Kherson. People are again protesting against occupants. So on Svoboda Square, the locals are going on the streets, and they have appeals to the occupants. They cry, "Glory to Ukraine." They say, "Putin, go to the place where the Russian ship is." So a part of people are moving to local city council. There are Czech hedgehogs. Ukrainian civilians are continuing to protest against Russian occupants. And we are showing that Russian occupants didn't expect that reaction. They expected flowers and welcoming, but they were met with Ukrainian flags and also with the cries to leave our lands.
Маємо також
We also
інформацію
have
від
some
Українського
information
центру
from
оцінювання якості освіти. Там
Ukrainian
заявили,
Educational
що
Center.
пробного зовнішнього незалежного
So,
оцінювання, яке мало
external
відбутися
testing
19
that
та
had to
26
take place
березня, не буде.
in March,
Зрозуміло і логічно
it will not
виглядає,
take
що
place.
через ганебні дії
And
з
because of
боку
the
Російської
shameful
Федерації
actions of the Russian
наше звичне
Federation,
життя змінилося,
our
тому і
normal life
освітній
changed,
галузі
and also
також
educational life
відбуваються
changed.
процеси, які ми не
We have
можемо
different
зупинити. Тому більшість,
process
очевидно, що
that we
більшість
cannot
запланованих
change,
заздалегідь
and
заходів в цій ситуації
a
не
lot of
можуть
educational
відбутися. Будуть
events
проводитися
will not take
пізніше,
place.
кажуть у центрі.
External testing will take
зараз
place
провести незалежне
later,
оцінювання,
so
яке
because it's not
планувалося
possible
провести
to
19
hold
та
it
26
in
березня.
this
Тут
month.
принагідно скажу, що
By the
завтра
by,
ми
I want to
матимемо у
say
гостях
that
директора
tomorrow we will
департаменту з
have
питань
the
освіти і
director
науки
of
Львівської обласної військової адміністрації
Department
Олега
of
Пасту. Будемо його
Education
розпитувати про
and
ситуацію
Science
із
in Lviv.
навчанням на Львівщині.
We will
Ми
ask
розуміємо, що
him
більшість
about the
шкіл,
situation
садків
of
зараз перекваліфікувалися на заклади, які
education
приймають
in
переселенців.
Lviv, because we know a lot of schools and kindergartens are made the internally displaced persons refugees shelters, and we will talk about the online education, how kids who, for example, left the country, how they will connect to that process, and we understand that in the territories where the most fierce battles are taking place, the educational process will not be organized, but at least there may be some online platforms and online education for the kids. So we will talk about that tomorrow. In Rivne, a man was arrested who was given the information to enemy's surveillance. So, both before the wartime and now, he was given the information about personal transport means of the military, about the ways to military administration buildings. He was given all of this information to occupiers. Also, talking about his sentence, he is being held in police office, and it's not the first case that we have such treachery in our lands. And some people have passed information about military objects, about the movement of military equipment, and people could be in prison for that with the confiscation of their property, and also be deterred up till 15 years. Also, the company Metro has declared about their intention to close their business in Russia.
Просять закрити представництво в Росії, як в принципі це зробило
більшість
інших бізнесів.
Urge this business to close its representative units in Russia. They don't need to be ashamed of that. They just need to close their business there and not to continue working on their territory. Also, we had some information about some other businesses who are continuing working in the Russian Federation, but every day we are getting information about other companies, brands, and technology brands, also some educational platforms, such as Coursera. They have left the Russian market because they think that it's shameful to work on their territory. The country that is the biggest occupant on the planet. It's just shameful to have some connection with them and to get some money from them. Also in Enerhodar we have video from the place. The people
Знаємо, повідомляли
There is
інформацію з
a funeral
Енергодару.
of
Тисячі людей вийшли на площу
heroes that perish defending the city.
героями
Thousands of
Євгеном
people
Копиловим та Михайлом Фроліковим.
have
Вони
came to
боронили
streets
Запорізьку
to
атомну електростанцію. Якщо є можливість, от бачимо.
to honor the men who defended Enerhodar.
Так, повертаємося до ефіру. Бачили ми щойно ситуацію в Енергодарі. Там люди виходять на площі прощатися із своїми мешканцями, побратимами, які охороняли атомну електростанцію і загинули від російського окупанта. Чекаємо у студії на народну депутатку України Наталію Піпу. Будемо з нею розмовляти про ситуацію, як працює парламент. Знаємо, що недавно парламент збирався на засідання.
We know that Parliament had an extraordinary session and adopted 14 key laws for Ukraine regulating state treason, some economic matters, and we'll ask her about the upcoming plans of the Parliament and what the MPs are doing across our cities. Meanwhile, we make a short commercial break.
Ще 10 днів тому у цих місцях виступали артисти, відправляли літургії та влаштовували фотосесії. А сьогодні львівські театри, храми та сучасні фотостудії стали прихистком для тимчасових гостей. І замість постав на сцені театру Леся Курбаса можна тепер побачити матраци. Театральні декорації використовують як ліжка, а посередині партеру стіл, де можна поїсти. Актор театру, волонтер Андрій Водичев розповідає, що приймають колег із гарячих точок, акторів Київського театру «Березіль» та Харківського «Постскриптум».
Насправді ми тил. Там герої, хлопці б'ються за Україну. Ми мусимо принаймні хоча б це робити, щоб приймати людей, які потребують допомоги тут.
Львів'яни активно приносять необхідні речі, готують обіди, вечері. Також є душ. Прихисток у стінах театру віднайшла і сім'я Микити. Разом із мамою та маленькою сестричкою рятувалися від ракетних обстрілів поблизу їхнього будинку у Києві. Зараз почуваються в безпеці.
Чесно говоря, їхали прямо в нікуди. Просто вокруг Києва страшні обстріли, падіння ніяких ракет, і було прийнято рішення мамою сразу їхати в Львов. Вчора приїхали, це перша ніч тут в театрі. Приняли очень хорошо. Сразу, как только вышли с вокзала, там есть пункты, где бесплатно кормят.
У випадку авіаційної тривоги працівники театру організували в підвалі спеціально обладнане бомбосховище.
Personnel have well-equipped air-raid. These theatre prompts are now used to give a warning should the people be covered under rumble. And these are the smoke bombs
Підтримати ініціативу «Прихистити біженців» також вирішили у Львівському театрі імені Марії Зінковецької, розповідає актор Андрій Петрук. Тут облаштували гуманітарний штаб для потреб військових та біженців.
Думали спочатку своїми силами це все організовувати, плести сітки, будь-що своїми силами, дали клич в інтернет і за годину то був повний фоє продуктів для
message, and in an hour's time this foyer was packed full of people volunteering help and supplies. All the medics, volunteers, workers are working here to sort the medication, make camouflage nets. We've already made several camouflage nets. The supplies are brought here and food is shipped here for the guys fighting for us.
Залишились і в храмі Святого Лазаря. Тут
Saint
облаштували невеличкий
Lazarus
прихисток
Church
хористи
has
з капели
opened
Дудари.
its door
Приймають жінок
for
з
the
дітьми. Для них
IDPs. This
облаштували
is
3
the
спальні,
room of
їдальню та
the
санвузол.
boys'
Небайдужі мешканці
chorus
міста
cathedral
приносять сюди
Dodaric.
харчі, а гарячі обіди для матерів з
The
малечою
food
забезпечують
is
волонтери
brought
з ресторанів.
Це є наш
by the
репетиційний клас
volunteers and
нашої
by the
хорової
restaurant.
капели.
This is where
Зараз тут,
we
те, що ви бачите, ми
train
на
as
станках
the choir.
помістили
такі матраці і організували спальні місця для наших тимчасових гостей.
У храм по допомогу звернулась харків'янка Світлана з маленькою донечкою. На жаль, їхній дім під час обстрілів знищено.
I wish all the very best to your volunteers. I never expected such a warm welcome. We've never been met with such warmth and care. The people are so kind, and if you see that you are shedding a tear, they are there to give you a hug, offering you a warm cup of tea, and they share our pain with us.
Також облаштували два бомбосховища, які розташовані одразу за вівтарем.
Прийняти гостей готові в сучасній студії драбини, де раніше відбувалися масштабні
фотосесії. Тут немає умов для довготермінового проживання та душу, але є все необхідне для ночівлі в теплі.
Сьогодні ночували всередині десь там 35 людей, тому що деколи на одне місце двоє лягають, щоб як рахувати, там мама приїжджає з дитиною, ми їм даємо, по суті, одне місце, але сплять дві людини.
Одна із прибулих гостей ще зовсім киянка Катя. Налякана дівчина приїхала сюди сама у пошуках безпечнішого місця.
Недалеко від нашого місця проживання сталися два вибухи, які мене досить налякали. Я почуваю себе в безпеці, тут дуже добре, тут дуже смачно годують, і тут дуже добре відносяться до людей.
Ті, кого прихистили, вже й допомагають, стають волонтерами. Діана Мосора, Антон Лакіза, програма «Очі».
Коли війна закінчиться, коли ми вийдемо з бомбосховища, повернемося до своїх міст та домівок, ми не впізнаємо країну.
We won't even recognize the country. We won't meet some of our neighbors. We'll never stretch our hand to a few acquaintances. And we will never be able to reach out to others. We'll cry a lot for joy and for pain. Be not ashamed of tears. The pain leaves you through tears. And then we'll start rebuilding. Rebuilding like never before, day and night. For the sake of the country, all together. Our brow will be sweated, our arms will hurt for work, but then we'll start smiling as we rebuild the new Ukraine, with no place for the lying politicians and their aiders and abettors, no traitors who welcome the Russian aggressors. Through pain, suffering, and tragedy, we see a nation born, and now we need to rebuild the state for it. Ukraine, we promise. Glory to its heroes.
У нас далі йде війна. На жаль, ця війна перетворюється в геноцид українського народу. Окупант все більше наводить все більше стріляє по мирних жителях, і це перетворюється не на війну з українською армією, а війну з мирними жителями, жінками і дітьми. Все це транслюється на європейські канали, у нас європейці змінюють своє ставлення до нас і починають вірити в те, що ми стоїмо на обороні демократії в цілому світі. Ми мали кілька
worldwide. We had a few meetings with European ambassadors, American senators. We keep saying the same. We have a great advantage in our spirit and people in knowing what we are fighting for. We are only short of anti-air defense and anti-missile defense. All help us shelter the sky so that we can fight on par with the enemy. The humanitarian situation in Lviv, we've become a four-post humanitarian relief. We are asking European producers of produce with long shelf life, please give us food that we can send to the front line. Please give us the essentials that are going to save life to thousands and thousands of people. We are drafting the letters, we are drafting the pleas, and we are urging everyone to hear these pleas. In the last 24 hours, Lviv has sent over 1,200 tons of humanitarian
cargo
Київську, Чернігівську,
directed to
Запорізьку,
Kyiv, Chernihiv,
Миколаївську
Zaporizhia,
області, а
Mykolaiv
також
regions,
на
and
Донбас.
always to
Дякую
Donbas
величезно
regions.
людям,
Great thanks to the people
які це
who
роблять.
are
Дякую
doing this.
величезне
Great
перевізникам
thanks to
і
the
благодійникам.
transportation
Справді,
company
разом
and
це теж
aid
така
givers.
боротьба, яка
This
допоможе нашим воїнам
struggle will
вистояти,
help
а
our
нашим дітям і
defenders
жінкам
prevail
почуватися в
and
безпеці.
our women and
Якщо
safe
брати минулу
stay
добу, кордон
safe.
між
The
Україною і
border
Польщею
between
перетнули
Lviv and
більше
Poland has
63
been crossed by
тисяч
63,000
і на
people,
Львівщині було поселено
and
додатково ще
additionally
10 тисяч
10,000
переселенців.
people were given
На даний
shelter
момент
in
Львівщина з
the
початку
region.
війни
Since the beginning of the war,
прийняла в
Ukraine
себе
has
більше 110
received
тисяч
over
переселенців,
100,000 internally
і через
displaced
кордон
persons,
пройшло більше
and over
530 тисяч
530,000
людей.
people have crossed the
Більше
border.
30 тисяч
Over
повернулося
30,000
назад.
people
Якщо
went
брати
back.
мобілізацію, більше
To talk
15
about
тисяч вступили
mobilization,
до
over
лав Збройних Сил
15,000
України.
joined the ranks of the
Саме
armed
від
forces of
Львівщини вони
Ukraine.
поповнили
They have
ряди людей, які
replenished
боронять нашу землю.
the
Величезне їм
ranks of
дякую.
the defenders
Якщо
of our
брати
homeland. We are eternally grateful
перевезення,
to
ми маємо
them. To
певні
talk about
труднощі, ви знаєте,
transportations, we
доставку
have certain
гуманітарних вантажів, тому
difficulties
що
with transporting
це
humanitarian goods.
Я думаю, тимчасова
But
річ.
these
На
are
даний момент водії, які мають
temporary
від 18 до 60
We are
років,
looking
відповідно,
for drivers
мають бути мобільні, не тільки
because
водії, а люди можуть
drivers
бути піддані
and
мобілізації,
other men
відповідно, перетин кордону
can
такими
be mobilized
заборонений. Але
and
є
they
два
cannot
існують
cross the border these days.
легальних
But
моменти,
there
як це
are
можна
two
зробити.
legal
Це неофіційні, це
provisions.
реєстрація в системі
They
шлях.
can register
Якщо ти
in
зареєстрований в
the
системі
шлях.
шлях, такий
The
перевізник
system
може
is
спокійно здійснювати виїзд за
software
кордон і
system
доставку
allowing
гуманітарних
you
платежів.
to
А
cross
також
the border to bring
звернення на
in
керівника
the
Державної
goods,
прикордонної служби
and
щодо можливості таких перевезень.
will write
За
addresses
минулу добу
to
ударів по Дівчині не було.
state border
Поліція,
cards.
поліція, СБУ
The
активно
region has so far
працює
been
з можливими
safe. The
диверсантами,
police and security service is working to
які
identify the
групи,
saboteurs
яких виникають на
and
Львівщині.
other groups
Ситуація
identified
спокійна.
in Lviv. The situation is under
Займаємося
control.
порядковуванням
We are
блокпостів.
working to
На даний момент
organize the
визначено
checkpoints.
25 блокпостів основних,
There are
які
25
зосереджені по Львівській області, з них 17 в місті
checkpoints,
Львові,
15 of them
8
in
на
the
основних
city of
під'їздах
Lviv
до Львівської
and 8
області.
on the approaches to the
Інші
city of
блокпости
Lviv.
ми
The other
намагаємося
checkpoints
реорганізувати і
will be
спростити
reorganized
робота
to
з
streamline
районними
the
військовими
traffic. We are
адміністраціями
working with the
правоохоронними
military
ведеться
administration to
величезне
organize
прохання
patrolling
до голів
and
територіальних
security.
громад
We are
і
seeking
сотень
support
добровольчих
of
батальйонів
the voluntary battalions and
скоординувати свою
hearts of the
діяльність військовими
territorial
адміністраціями,
units to
правоохоронними органами
liaise
для
with the law
правильної
enforcement
організації
and
проїзду,
territorial
підльоту,
military
патрулювання
organization to make
населених
sure that the
Треба
patrolling
діяти
and the
спільно і
passage
злагоджено.
of the
Наше
vehicles is
завдання зараз
streamlined and well organized.
якомога краще
We are
організувати
working to
доставку
organize
гуманітарних
the
конвоїв
delivery
з
of the
кордону і на схід, а
humanitarian
також
relief
військової допомоги,
bound
яка
eastward,
постійно
as well as the
приходить
military
від наших
assistance
західних
that we
партнерів.
continue
На
getting
тому
from our
справді
Western
їм теж
partners.
величезне
We're
дякую, тому що справді ці
grateful to
вантажі
them
і
for
наше
their
завдання зараз дати
assistance,
всі
for giving
можливості
us these
транспортувати це
goods.
на схід.
And we
Тому ще раз
need to do
звертаюся з
our
просьбою
utmost to make
чітко
sure they
скоординувати
reach
діяльність правоохоронних
east
органів і
as
військової
soon as they
адміністрації
can.
щодо
So
їх
we
виїзду.
should all
Дякую.
work together to
Організована
ensure their
доставка таких людей автобусами
unfettered
на арену Львова,
passage.
а також до центрів
People
гуманітарної допомоги.
will be
А також
also
до
offered
кордону автобусами, які
passage
чекають
from the
біля
railway
залізничного залу.
station
Крім
to
того,
the stadium and
така
to
сама
the
точка
border
зараз
crossing
облаштовується
points.
на
A
привокзальному
similar
вокзалі. І ми надіємося,
point is now being equipped at the
сьогодні або
Lviv
завтра
railway
відкрити
station,
4
and we're
таких
planning to have
місця
4 additional
для розвантаження залізничного
places
вокзалу міста Львова і також
relieve the
зосередження
load
переселенців по
of
області.
the
Це
central railway
можливо, це буде
station.
Дрогобич,
We'll
Стрий,
have
Самбір
Drohobych, Sambyr and
і
other
напрямок Золочева або Бузька або
major
Красного.
towns,
З залізницею працюємо в
as
тому
well as
напрямку для
Buzk
того,
and
щоб люди
Krasne,
могли
who will
поселятися
be
не тільки в
deflecting
Львові,
the
але
flows
й
of the
також в
IDPs
інших
from
районах області, тому що ми
Lviv.
розуміємо,
Because we know
що ми маємо забезпечити їх, перш за все, місцем для того, щоб вони могли переночувати і їжею, і водою. Тому це робиться для того, щоб інше населення області також було долучене, і ми справлялися поставленими завданнями.
so that we all meet our objectives. перших днів війни каратисти на фронті зі зброєю. На захисті Києва головний тренер молодіжної збірної України Максим Невмержицький з позивним «Каратист».
3 березня, Гостомель. Максим Невмержицький. Він Гостомель.
Каратист.
Хлопці, як настрій? Karate fighter. How are you
Грузин, що скажеш?
Georgian, what's your say?
Я Нацвалі. Все буде Україна.
У тилу усі тренування скасували. Натомість організували у різних містах штаби допомоги біженцям і Збройним силам України. Каратисти вийшли на контакт з іншими країнами та налагодили отримання гуманітарної допомоги.
Вся Українська федерація карате, в тому числі і от ми у Львові, і наші друзі за кордоном дуже нам допомагають. Вони звідти запаковують багато гуманітарної допомоги, відправляють на кордон, а ми вже їдемо на кордон, це перепаковуємо в наші фурибуси і відправляємо вже на місця їх призначення.
Зараз львівські тренери з карате вирушають у чергову поїздку до кордону по гуманітарну допомогу.
Як одна сім'я, одна федерація, всі допомагаємо, і одна країна, мусимо допомагати.
Дорогою до кордону один з тренерів львівського клубу карате Ілля Нікулін розповідає, як змінилось спортивне життя з початком війни.
Якщо в нас було раніше, що якась конкуренція в спорті там між регіонами і так далі, зараз навпаки, зараз всі згуртовані, зараз всі за одне, дітей з різних міст приймаємо тренерів і багато кого розселяємо в своїх залах.
В одному із залів для карате у Львові приймали жіночу паралімпійську збірну України з волейболу сидячи. Спортсменки прямували у Дніпро з навчально-тренувальних зборів.
Гуртуємося, допомагаємо один одному і рятуємо один одного. І боремося проти ворога України.
На пункті пропуску Краківець-Корчова кілометрові черги. Розвантаження вантажу доведеться чекати до ночі.
Хоч у нас є і листи, що ми їдемо за гуманітарною допомогою, але все одно прийдеться чекати, бо черги, і всі так само багато бусів за гуманітарною допомогою. Пізно вночі вернемося для того, щоб розгрузити і перегрузити далі на Київ наші міста.
До слова, Європейська федерація карате позбавила Росію права проводити чемпіонат Європи. Не відбудеться і етап прем'єр-ліги у Москві. Також росіяни білорусів відсторонили від всесвітніх ігор.
Переповнені людьми, які тягнуть валізи вулиці, порожні класи шкіл та садки. Вже 10-й день Львів живе в режимі воєнного стану. У школах тривають двотижневі канікули. Нині навчальні заклади поселяють вимушено переселених мешканців міст, які обстрілює ворог. Припинили освітній процес також у львівських дитсадках. По-іншому, в особливий період працюють міські медзаклади. По консультацію до сімейного лікаря медики радять звертатися телефоном. Відвідати лікарський кабінет можна за попереднім записом. У поліклінічних пунктах вакцинації приймають у звичному режимі, однак із незвичним переліком щеплень.
Still offering vaccinations. We're not making planned surgeries or planned consultations with the exception of patients who have a chronic condition and their condition would deteriorate if he's not provided consultation, then aid is surely given. We are only continue our COVID vaccinations or the other
Призупинили роботу або ж перепрофілювалися і заклади харчування. Чи не на кожних дверях у центрі міста оголошення «Нагодуємо, прихистимо». Львів більше не пахне кавою. Чимало кав'ярень зачинені. Більшість ресторанів не приймає відвідувачів. Мовляв, кухарі готують їжу для біженців та тероборонівців.
Ми зараз не працюємо, не відкриті для обслуговування клієнтів тільки по тій причині, що працюємо для потреб волонтерів, потреб війська. Варимо, значить, в казані їсти більше, ніж для 100 чоловік. Вчора варили чанахи їм, вчора бограч, коли перемога.
Магазини, банки клієнтів приймають, однак приходьте заздалегідь, бо час роботи скорочений, в місті оголошена комендантська година. Скоротили і кількість громадського транспорту. Відтак, на маршруті, до прикладу, 6А замість 8-9 транспортних засобів сьогодні курсує 4. Решта автобусів автобусів задіяна в перевезенні дітей. Тетяна Дієк-Юрій, програма «Очі».
Повертаємося до студії телеканалу «Перший Західний». Можете нас слухати також на радіо «Перше», особливо наших гостей, які з'являються в наших ефірах. Вже маємо гостю Наталію Піпа, народний депутат України, представниця Львова у парламенті. Наталю, слава Україні! Героям слава! Розкажу, почнемо нашу розмову з моєї історії, бо щойно отримала повідомлення. Так соромно вже зараз сказати. Я ще саме слідкую за різними там СММ-курсами, і була підписана на
confess, and I signed up to a basic course offered by one of the Moscovites, who is the best SMM experts in Europe. So I get a letter from him. These days they have continuous mailings, and this is just an effect of the sanctions. He's writing that Instagram and Facebook have blocked the advertisement, TikTok and YouTube too. So what do we do? He's advising his subscribers who buy all kinds of courses from him that they should learn advertising in Vkontakte network. It might be a small thing, but it's indicative of the sanctions being in effect against the Russian Federation. And my question to you, so on the one hand we have the economic sanctions hitting Russia hard, but Russian people are not getting it yet. And on the other hand, we ask the world to help us with the armaments and to shield our sky. How do we all put it together so that we can hit Russia hard? And why the world is unresponding to our pleas to have a no-fly zone of Ukraine and protecting our size? I know that it's important that you read the Russian bloggers because we need to know the enemy well. We need to know what the enemy is thinking, how they are thinking. We usually receive the basic information and build on it. We accept it as a norm. Let's talk about the sanctions. The sanctions haven't been sufficient as only 7 out of over 300 Russian banks have been blocked, including Gazprom, which is a major bank for payments with Germany. So they're making payments unimpeded and they can open bank accounts elsewhere. So the bank sanctions are not enough. The Russian people are beginning, are continuing to watch the Russian TV. As for ruble is devaluing, the dollar is going up in value, but they haven't felt it yet. Moscow and Petersburg had most international connections. The province is still there and not much has changed for them. So the people are now beginning only to come to their senses and seeing what's happened. And our president is perfectly right in saying that the sanctions haven't been impactful yet, and it's very important to sever the gas connections with Russia. And as for shooting our sky, NATO is still resisting because they're saying that it would be the start of World War II. They would very much like the war to end in Ukraine. And then that would be it, but they're not prepared to give their troops that they may give their fighter planes, and we have to keep pressing for that. Poland, which is supportive of Ukraine, who know who would be next, that's Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, they're not prepared to surrender their MiGs, they
want to replace them with Falcons, which they're quite expensive. We have to continue pressing. The number of deaths is overwhelming. Some analysts say that the war will continue for weeks. Some say that this will continue for years, but we have to be prepared for every eventuality. President Zelensky underscored his support for Ukrainian businesses. We know that even if the war continues for weeks and months, it's going to be devastated for the Ukrainian economy. So some businesses have received some tax relief, some land taxes have been lifted. What else should the Ukrainian government do to support the businesses, to support the entrepreneurs who found themselves in a true predicament, particularly the small and medium businesses who cannot go on making their goods and services and cannot continue paying their staff? So this is about deferred reporting. We need to take stock of the energy sector still operating, some that need to change their gears because we need logistics, connection, and entrepreneurs are very apt at organizing themselves. They are very good at setting up logistics systems wherever they go, including volunteer systems. So we should offer them support, compensation, and for the wartime we can re-qualify them. The construction is going to stop now, but it will be given a green light after the war. So we need to take stock of the different sectors of the economy, and we need to think how we can re-qualify or support. And as for educators, I've looked into this question. The educators are to be paid 2/3 of their payroll under the law, and we'll be discussing how we can continue education wherever possible, either online or have at least daily calls with the teachers and give them some guidelines on how they should do the lessons, to give the children a chance to socialize and learn. So we are working to help teachers put that in line. The third round of negotiations is going to happen at 16 hours Kyiv time, and the delegation has departed for the negotiations by helicopter. The Russian party is going to say that the Ukrainian party is playing for time and playing late. And to continue the topic of education, we know that you are responsible for education. In the Ukrainian parliament yesterday we'll have Oleg Bandus from the Lviv military administration who is responsible for education. Parents are asking a lot of questions. Now the schools are receiving IDPs and the children will have nowhere to go for schooling because the premises have been taken out. We'll need to perhaps organize a distance online learning for the children. We now hear about Novy Yavorivsk, where children and parents have been notified that starting mid-March they will start online classes with the teachers. Another suggestion coming from the parents, some children have stayed in Lviv, others have left elsewhere. They are free to come to school if they have nothing better to do with their time, and talk to the kids, who've been displaced. This is a good idea. I haven't heard this idea before, but that would help build closer ties between the different regions of the country. Why would we travel to Kryvyi Rih or Kharkiv? That would really help promote national understanding, cohesion, and usual unity. It's definitely worth doing. Our children can be joining us online even from abroad. Nothing can replace a full-fledged classroom tuition, but at least this is going to be helpful. And we've been inured by coronavirus to online training, and now compared to war is really child's play. We used to talk to Oleg, and he told us that some educators arrived in Lviv and stayed here, and they are jobless, and they are offered jobs so that they could receive their pay and have some means to get by, otherwise they'd end up helpless. They will get 2/3 of their pay. This is called a forced relief. They may be paid some incentives and bonuses, but this is a budgetary payment. All the educators will get their pay. And if they are employed, then they will get 100% their pay plus incentives. So they will get 2/3 in any scenarios, and if they can land a job here, then they will be receiving 100% pay plus all the incentives. I have another question about the parliament. The parliament has changed gears for wartime. We know that you meet in Kyiv if a decision needs to be made, but you can also join online. You can connect online. We cannot vote online, and we had a fierce debate in Parliament because it's a solution that would be safe for money, but this could set a serious precedent because you don't know whether someone could be aiming a gun at an MP to vote in a certain fashion or not. We are trying to think how we can protect ourselves against cyber threats and physical threats, because votings in the committee are advisory, but all the votings in the parliament are a different matter. It would set a very serious precedent. A lot of MPs work for different delegations to NATO, to the UN. Are they making trips there, or has it all been put on hold because it's difficult to leave the country? So most are working online. If there was a need to travel, that would be made possible. Only the opposition bloc has left. Everyone else has stayed. To the best of my knowledge, we are all in touch. We discussed that women MPs could do the negotiations. This hasn't been decided, and we are all prepared, and if need be, women are prepared to travel to other capitals and get back. There used to be some ad hoc committees for cooperation with China, for this and that. So what happened to these ad hoc committees? Are you working to use these channels to put pressure on the international community? Personal connections work best. I had a trip to the United States, and I reached out to all the congressmen I met in person, and I sent their photographs and pictures, and I showed them the human suffering and the suffering of the children. And we are demanding the no-fly zone, and the congressmen are now supporting the support of Ukraine amounting to the critical annual budget of Ukraine, and that is vital for the economy. So we use these levers. As for the parliamentary committee, this convocation was different. We only trips to NATO were paid for, and these interparliamentary exchanges were not paid for. This was done at the MP's own cost, and we are now looking for options. No one can leave Ukraine freely, and we can fly from Poland. Meanwhile, we have the war has been on for 11 days only, and we'll see if there's a need for international travel, or whether we need to push our agendas through the personal contacts we've already developed. Most MPs have scattered across the cities, doing what they can, some dealing with humanitarian relief, some are helping the territorial defense or armed forces. We know that you are very closely connected with
Лузинський,
Галина Васильченко. What are your colleagues doing these days, and what's Roman up to? Roman Kostenko, he's very active, as we can see. I'm sure he is now drawing on his military background. Roman is now in the armed forces, but we are helping equip the hotspots. Nadia Artemovich and another colleague set up a station in Sikhiv, and we are collecting for the needs of the battalion and brigades and sending it to Kyiv and Kharkiv and further afield. The second vector is international cooperation. I'm now writing to the Polish channels, to the German counterparts, reaching out to them, talking to them, advocating. They say that in Ukraine we are Nazis, but we don't have a single right-wing party in parliament. The biggest right-wing party, which isn't far from being Nazis, that is Svoboda, and has a 2% support across the country. Our president is the Ukrainian national, but he's of Jewish origin. But it doesn't matter. We have the lowest anti-Semitism level in Europe, but we are still named for being Nazis. So people hear when we pose these arguments to them. People also want to know about education, and fourth vector is the relief for the IDPs and refugees. The border is attracting all the attention, the safe passage of humanitarian relief, ammunition, and people. Our plea from PERШИЙ ЗАХІДНИЙ, we've been raising the topic since yesterday. You are in touch with the MPs from other regions and councillors of local places. Lviv is finding it difficult to deal with the influx of IDPs, whilst other regions are open to the refugees. People are asking about Lviv, but there are many cities in the west and they have more capacity there. Please put out this message. It's a very good time to leave the political struggle, partisan struggles behind. I have to tell you that we've all put it behind. We are all working together as one for our joint victory. But the opposition bloc is an exception, and they'll be treated differently. One MP has already apprehended at the checkpoint, and there was another one apprehended at the checkpoint today. He only conceded to admitting that the Russian army invaded Ukraine. I'm sure he'll be investigated and charged for collaboration with the occupation. They said that only Russian propaganda, a Nazi state could be led by a person of Jewish origin. I have the following question. We've heard a lot about the Ukrainian parliament developing different draft laws. So what draft laws should we expect? What's in the making? What's in the pipeline? Our priority is economic support. Second vector is the law on chaplainship, because the chaplains in the combat have no social benefits. We plan to do it since June. We'll do it in an expedited fashion. Now, the law on the prisoners of war hasn't been signed yet. We don't know how to handle them. We know that we had one mayor killed, another gravely wounded, and we don't know how we can can charge the prisoners of war. We are now probably on the way to signing the Rome Statute. We need to think and prepare for this war. If it lasts, if it continues for months, if it lasts for weeks, then we need to think how we can balance our efforts and spread it through the year.
Is there any possibility that some of the laws that we have passed will then be kind of cancelled, since there will be no need for any simplified and accelerated procedure of giving away weapons or something like this? It's possible. Now nobody is thinking about that because we need to think about some more urgent issues. And territorial defense is only valid for Kyiv region and for Lviv region. But of course there is a difference in terms of the need for such resources. But, you know, we couldn't pass the law on weapons one day before the war, but after the state of martial law was introduced, you see that we did it within minutes, so there may be changes. Did you have any voting on the provision of
військовослужбовців, 15 мільйонів гривень для сім'ї в разі втрати чоловіка-годувальника. Чи голосувала вже їх Верховна Рада? Бо ми все одно розуміємо, що крім без закону, це так зразу не вступить в дію.
Дуже добре запитання. Не бачила його серед законів, чесно кажучи. Ми швидко пакетом голосували, і зараз з того, що я аналізую, ні. Воно, напевно, є тільки зараз наказом президента. І я думаю, що ми зараз проаналізуємо, якщо справді його не було в законах, то ми тоді, думаю, подамо. Бо справді, коли воно є прописано законом, воно є тоді на довготривалий
You know, when it is all written in the law, it will be for a long period. So this means that there will be some benefits for all the military men. You know, I was looking primarily at what has something to do with my committee, but not only. So, keeping saying about Nazi, you know, you communicate with foreigners, and before coming to the studio also had a talk with my colleague. You know, she doesn't have any business, she doesn't have any clients, but now they are just trying to bomb Russians with information, and she has a burnout over these 5 days because she says it's green and people say it's red, and they don't believe the Russians, don't trust, they think these are old photos, these are old fakes. So whenever you have a talk with any Russians or with any foreigners, the security service of Ukraine has published the information on the letter Z, on the equipment, on the machinery of the Russian occupants. And the security service claims that this letter was the letter to mark a building in Sachsenhausen, Nazi concentration camp, where people were killed in masses, where people were brought to a crematorium and bodies were brought there and burned. That's why the security service says that it's already clear where from the occupants have such symbols, Nazi symbols. But anyway, the security service is trying to remind everyone that we know what the end of the Nazi regime was. So they will be in for complete expelling from the planet and the Hague Tribunal. So we wish all of us quick victory, and whenever you have any information about the laws, about education support programs, please do inform us. And let me remind our audience that we have had Natalia Pipa, MP of Ukraine from Lviv in the parliament. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. We will win together. Yeah, and just in brief, before we have another guest, here is the BBC journalist Shayar Sardazadeh, who speaks about the conspiracy theory, has drawn attention to the TikTok video with a lot of views, which seemingly shows an aviation strike during Ukraine, but that is a strike shot from the video game Armas 3. So that is a fake created by Russians to show how they are destroying the military infrastructure and military machinery and vehicles in Ukraine. But in fact, that's not true. They are only firing and attacking our civil infrastructure facilities. We used to have, we don't have contact any longer with the person representative of the Horodok's town council. I hope that people have understood that there must be a problem. Everything is right with connection, but not exactly. The government of the Russian Federation has compiled a list of unfriendly countries, which include Ukraine, the US, and all the EU member states. Well, we can just advise Mr. Putin and their state to compile the list of friendly countries. Maybe there will be Eritrea, Syria, Belarus, maybe North Korea. Right. They are trying to outpace North Korea. So if you can hear us in Russia, please advise your leaders not to spend paper on for writing the names of unfriendly countries, because they may have a much shorter list of friendly countries. Well, I don't like this mass media, but I cannot but tell about the fact that mass media have started trying to find out where their close environment of Mr. Putin are now. Alina Kabaina with children, and they claim that there is some information that they are probably staying in Switzerland. They are hiding away, so this is rather the information for the Swiss government. Please have a look at them. If you find them, you may send them to Ukraine, and we know what to do with them. We have information from the north that they really admire the heroism of our servicemen and express their gratitude to them, showing the photos of one more column which was attacked, which was not allowed to go any further into the country, for the column not to move further to Kyiv. The Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine has also mentioned that there has been an attack on the seaport Olvia. There are now people who have suffered. This is in Mykolaiv, but the territory which was attacked belongs to the Quota company under the concession rights. And starting with the beginning of the full-scale war on Ukraine, Russia has also made a number of illegal actions in relation to foreign trade vessels, and a number of such actions of Russia aim to hit not only Ukraine but also foreign companies, foreign ships, and the money which they have invested into Ukraine or which they intended to invest into Ukraine. The National Bank of Ukraine reports that they have collected, as for now, 10,300 million hryvnias for the needs of the armed forces of Ukraine. And here is again some information that could be of use for the Russian Federation when it starts compiling a list of unfriendly countries. Let's have a look at the sources of this money. Of course, from Ukrainian residents, but besides that, from the USA, Great Britain, Poland, Germany, Switzerland, Finland, Czechia, China, France, Canada, and many other countries of the world. That is the report coming from the National Bank. And as far as the currencies are concerned, please note this. In the Russian, I'm addressing people in the Russian Federation for you to know what currencies are used, and you can include these countries into your list of unfriendly countries. So in US dollars, euros, pounds, Canadian dollars, Chinese renminbi, Japanese yens, Swiss francs. It's of interest whether Swiss, maybe Alina Kabaeva was also sending some money in Swiss francs. So this is the list, and the money is being spent on the needs of the National Guard of Ukraine, the Ministry of Defense, the National Police, and the State Bodyguard Service. And the National Bank claims that there are still some reserves, almost 3 million hryvnias, on the balance out of more than 10 billion. Yes, because 6 billion was actually spent yesterday, and some amount is still being left there. The Lviv military administration administration says that in Lviv we have 25 main blockposts, of which 17 are located in Lviv, including the main driveways leading to Lviv. We have 8 there. Other blockposts in the region are being reorganized in order to facilitate traffic, and their coordination works are performed jointly with Ryan military administrations, while territorial communities and volunteer battalions have to coordinate their activity with military administrations and law enforcement bodies in order to properly patrol the inhabited settlements and organize passages. Really, arbitrary block points have to be removed. Or these could be some observation points, but not block posts. You can do this the way they have done it in many other inhabited settlements. And there is some operational information coming from the general headquarters of the armed forces of Ukraine concerning the Russian invasion. The enemy keeps attacking. Its offensive attack against Ukraine, focusing on taking Kyiv, Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Sumy, Mariupol, Mykolaiv in siege. He still attempts to reach the administrative borders of Luhansk and Donetsk regions. In Polisia, in the northern direction, the Russian occupant focuses on taking Kyiv in siege, and they focus close to Hostomel, up to 2 battalion tactic groups, close to Bucha. They have up to 3 battalion tactic groups, and intensified reinforced tank units close to Borodyanka, up to 2 battalion tactic groups, and close to Sityaki, up to 2 battalion tactic groups. In the occupied territories, the enemy tries to establish the administrative police regime via unconcealed terror aimed at local residents. The occupants are getting ready for attacking Vyshhorod. Also, they are preparing for restoring their attack towards Hostomel, Irpin, Stoyanka. In Siversk direction, that's all true. So, in Siversk direction, the enemy has 2 battalions and 1 unit, and they focus on Brovary, up to 2 battalion tactic groups, Semenivka, Mena, Bobrovica, up to 3 battalion tactic groups, and the inhabited settlement of Borispil, up to 4 battalion tactic groups. The Russian enemy is trying to provide for tactical advantage in Brovary and Borispil raions. The occupants try to exercise control over Chernihiv and focus the units of the 41st Army of the Central Circuit close to its southern suburbs, and are trying to attack Sumy. In Slobozhanщина area, the representatives of 7 groups are trying to keep attacking Dnipro. They focus mainly on Kaniv, Dnipro, and Severodonetsk, and they are regrouping their troops in order to continue attacks in those directions in order to take Kaniv hydropower station in control. In Dnipro, they are also moving, they are coming closer to Dnipro. In spite of great losses, they are moving towards Volnovakha. The occupants have made several attempts to attack Staromlynivka, and they tried to conquer Zachativska, but they had great losses and retreated to Lubimivka. At the same time, they're trying to break the defense of Mariupol with no success. In Tavria direction, they are keeping their borders in Kherson region, and they focus on Mykolaiv, Voznesensk, Bilgorodnistrovsky, Zaporizhzhia, and Mariupol. The enemy is regrouping troops for further attacking of Zaporizhzhia, and they are restoring the aerodrome of Melitopol. In Bessarabsk direction, there are no active actions, but the servicemen of the operational forces of Pridnestrovia, Transnistria region are on military alert. They are demoralized because they suffer losses and lose the attacking potential and surrender in masses to the Ukrainian armed forces. Yes, in fact, we have some information from the Ministry of Finance and from our deputies of the Regional Council. So the Ministry of Finance suggests that businesses, citizens, and foreign investors should support the budget of Ukraine investing into military governmental bonds. We had a talk with an economist, Alexei Drugov. If you have a look on our YouTube channel, The Talk with him, you can find out some more detailed information. The money for the bonds will be used for meeting the needs of the armed forces of Ukraine and for ensuring uninterrupted provision for the needs in the state of martial law. And the ministry says that the first auction took place on the 1st of March, and by the way, 8 billion hryvnias have already been involved into the state budget, which means that nobody is afraid of buying such bonds. This is beneficial if you have some extra money, you may use this chance. The nominal value is 1,000 hryvnias, and the payback rate is 11%, and the validity period is 1 year. We will speak not only about the yield rate, the payback rate. We will speak to Volodymyr, head of the Horodok territorial community. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Yes, we can hear you, though there is some echo, but we will somehow manage it. So, Volodymyr, what is Horodok territorial community dealing with in the conditions of the war? Do you have any territories for displaced persons? Because this is a very urgent and vital issue for Lviv, and we have had a talk with the military administration concerning deconcentration of Lviv environment for us to be able to host displaced persons. So, Horodok community is now dealing with the same things most of the communities in Ukraine are now dealing with, creating the opportunities for resisting the enemy and helping the armed forces of Ukraine, which are already resisting the enemy. The main issue we're dealing with is civil protection, alarm systems, protection facilities, engineering works, utility works in emergency conditions, also the issue of displaced persons, and we really have some venues where we can host displaced persons, and starting with the first days we had those refugees coming, and mainly these are the facilities of our community, and the main issue now is to provide as many beds for these people to live, because we still think that there will be more people coming. The other block of issues we are dealing with is volunteering activity and creation of logistic centers for sending humanitarian aid to Kyiv direction, Kharkiv direction, southern direction to the armed forces of Ukraine. And we have a lot of volunteer groups which work separately, but we try to do some coordination. And mainly the problems are that it's very difficult to send this humanitarian aid via corridors, specific corridors. I think that we will settle this issue. We cannot suppress people. They are trying to do everything in the best way possible, and we need some coordination, but of course we need to allow people work and be active, because otherwise they will lose initiative and become demoralized. Also, we communicate with the military groups, trying to find transport for them, to send some ammunition to them. In Horodok Ryan, there are several large enterprises. Do you communicate with businesses? Are businesses ready to help in the situation in which we are now? The business understands that it's better to stop business there in that part of Ukraine, close to the capital, than to have a fight with the enemy from the territory of the their companies. Therefore, definitely business is very much involved in our work, both at the level of the state, at the level of the region, at the level of towns and cities. We definitely do have enterprises that are already dealing with the things we need now, and they have good communication with the Ministry of Defense and with other central authorities. Absolutely, the overwhelming majority of businessmen are ready to communicate, to help, and to be active and efficient in the wartime. And as far as minor business and small business, mid-sized business is concerned, do people start working? I've already declared it that if there is no barrier for doing your ordinary job, the way you did it in peacetime, like transport, production, manufacturing, other services, well, you're free to continue your work. I don't see any real need for stopping the work of all the business structures in the territory of our Городок Ryan. Here is another question concerning blockposts. We have had a talk with the leadership of the military administration, and we've been discussing the issue of unauthorized blockposts. Городок Ryan is staying close to Lviv, and have you managed to balance this issue with the unauthorized blockposts established by the residents just for fear? Because, you know, these blockposts really stop transport and create some logistic problems. We also have problems with the blockposts which stand to the west and to the east from our Ryan, but we are trying to arrange the work of blockposts in the way for the humanitarian freight, for humanitarian trucks, not to have any problems and not for them not to be artificially stopped. Of course, we need to coordinate our work, and that's about the understanding of the people who are standing on those blockposts. There are some roads with blockposts, but these are roads like leading to nothing, leading to some dead ends. So there we are not limiting our residents, otherwise we are. Is the community ready to host displaced persons? Because, you know, we communicate with our colleagues and ПЕРШИЙ ЗАХІДНИЙ, and everyone can already tell a story of how he or his family or his colleagues are hosting families. Of course, we know that municipal institutions are hosting people, but are the residents ready to host people in their houses? Well, we already have such people, and we are already establishing a database of the owners of buildings that could host people. But, you know, the number of places to host displaced persons that we are creating at municipal institutions is much higher than the one which we could have with private owners, because of course not all people are very much willing to host families. What about food? Provision of food. If suppose people have come with no hygiene means, with no clothes, additional clothes, I mean, so do you need any assistance? Well, so far we cope with the situation, but I realize that any resource is exhaustible, and if the logistics between the borders is good, I think that we will cope with this issue. But if the logistic fails or is made more complicated, we will have problems. We have one more special feature. The train from Lviv to Przemysl goes through several stations in our territory, Zatanshana, Zatoka and Horodok, and therefore for several days in a row in Zatoka station we have had several carriages of trains staying, and they are going to move to the east. But in the meantime, people have to stay several hours there at those stations, and we have to provide assistance to these people as well. And of course, we need more food and clothing for this. But so far, we still cope with the situation. Volodymyr Ременяк, the head of Городок Territorial Community. Thank you, Volodymyr, for joining us. Suppose you are in Lviv, do come to our studio. We're inviting you, and let's wish all of us quick victory. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Victory will be ours. Let's get back to our battalion tactic groups. I've understood this, that battalion, I've always say battalion tactic groups. So what is this? And how many people are there? So over this period of the interview, I found some infographics for you, and here is the infographics from Org.ua. You can see the composition of the battalion tactic group. They started being used in 2015, so we have infantry machines. Normally we have 33 units of such vehicles with 500 soldiers. Also there are anti-air raid devices, there are tanks, there are grots there, the so-called Gvozdika complex, and you must understand that this group includes both infantry and tanks and anti-air raid vehicles. This is a picture, but you can see that they have supply problems and logistic problems, and that's why it's all pretty not the same as you can see in the picture. So I think that every battalion tactic group is supposed to have a different number of people, and judging by the picture, they should have at least 600 staff members, but in general, this is about 800 people, where most of them are infantry soldiers, just driving armored vehicles. But they are supposed to have tanks and anti-air raid systems and intelligence, reconnaissance services, and mortar groups. So they should have all them in the rear. But judging by how they are fighting, they don't have all this. And these battalion tactic groups should actually cover a corridor of 2 or 3 kilometers at the distance of some 5-6 kilometers from each other. But if you're listening attentively to what I'm reading, they actually stick together. They don't have this corridor and don't have this distance. They don't cover 2 or 3 kilometers, because if I read 4 battalion tactic groups, so they would be supposed to cover about 8 or even 12 kilometers, and they would be moving ahead, but that's not what's happening. They are entering via narrow roads and highways, and that's why our army men just have explosions of bridges, and they don't have a chance to enter the cities, and they are staying in the suburbs, and there they are attacked. So they don't follow this distance rules, and they become good targets, which you could see from judging by our Mykolaiv region, Mr. Kim, who just had one firing attack and covered a large column close to Mykolaiv. And definitely, every time Kadyrov guys make a TikTok video, and I guess that the video was shot about an hour ago, and we will hear this video and watch it in about an hour time, I guess. There will be a break, and we will give the floor to our colleagues from the Unified News Marathon. But before that, remember I told that I'm waiting for some information from Turkey. Turkey was keeping silent for a long period of time after the talk between Putin and Erdogan. The talk happened a couple of days ago. Putin has already disclosed the information saying how Ukraine should be defeated and how Ukraine should surrender, and then Putin will sit at the table of negotiations. And then you remember the talk with Mr. Johnson, who articulated the results of this telephone talk in a little bit different way. I mean, his telephone talk, and here is a message coming from
Turkey. The head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mevlut Cavusoglu, has mentioned that on Thursday, on the 10th of March, there will be a trilateral meeting of Turkey, Ukraine, and the Russian Federation. To be more specific, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This will be a diplomatic forum format, and according to the ministry, the consent to the meeting has also been granted by Sergei Lavrov and by Dmytro Kuleba, the head of Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We haven't yet seen any confirmation from Dmytro Kuleba. There is no information like this, but I think that guys from Turkey know more than we do. And Lavrov and Kuleba will come to Antalya, and Ankara has paid a lot of effort to organize this meeting. They hope that this meeting would contribute to establishing peace and stability in the region, and the absolute priority, according to him, is termination of military action. So we have to wait till the 10th of March for this to happen, but you will remember that today we have a meeting between the Ukrainian and Russian delegation with we don't know what the compositions of those delegations are, but we don't know what the place is, but seemingly that delegation is the same. This is going to happen at about 4 o'clock, and while they are getting ready, we will have a break, and we will see at about 4 o'clock, and we are giving the floor to our colleagues from Kyiv. So they're trying to use this region as a platform for the future attack of the capital, and the situation being followed by Alexander Motorny. Alexander, where are you? What the situation is like? Hello, colleagues. Well, in fact, the situation is very grave. I've been talking about Hostomel direction and Pushcha-Voditsa, about Horenka, and there was an artillery shelling, and you can see the direct hitting of the building, and that is everything left from the building, and here you can see the fragments. And a couple of minutes ago, it seemed to me that was a grad shelling. You can see their fire there, and this is moving, this cloud is moving to Horenka. So up to 90% of people have been evacuated from Pushcha. So here we have only the people who were unwilling to leave or who don't have any chance to leave.